Pablo Galaviz appear with Ms. Kurczewski. Good morning.
All right, good morning once again. All jurors are here. Is there anything court needs to address with the parties before we bring the jury out from the state?
Yes, we were able to confirm with Dr. Budritsky she does not have a defense subpoena, so she's been released from our subpoena.
All right. Then, given that there was no defense subpoena, I will, affirm the release of her. All right, anything from the defense?
No, nothing?
All right, you have your next witness available then?
We do.
All right, then, Madam Clerk, have the jurors brought out.
Hey, Becky.
I sure can. We charge it. I don't want to touch things. No, that's. I'm an only child. I'm a little territorial, so I appreciate my shoe goes on. I'm gonna Skype Zach because I have it on my phone upstairs, but it's not on this.
What?
The maintenance number.
Oh, I can tell you what it is.
Maintenance 7176. I caught them a lot.
We're gonna have the temperature drop down a little. This is October.
Madeline, say that.
Shoot. I have it in my 7187?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
7196, guys?
You guys are killing me.
I didn't tell you, I never know. 7196. Sorry.
Hey, it's Teresa calling from G13 over in Argentina. Could we bump it down to nuclear two? It's a little
Large capacity.
large capacity. Yes, please. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Attorney Nicolai, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Dr. Kacinko.
Good morning, Dr. Kacinko. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sherri, Sherri, Kacinko, Kacinko.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Kacinko, where do you work?
NMS Labs in Horsham, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do there?
I am a toxicologist.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 47, just for the witness, please, and have Mr. Vulcanier flip through the pages. I just want to know if you recognize that exhibit. Sorry, one moment. If you could just let us know when your screen has an image on it.
It's not on the preview monitor either. Go off and back on. And then. Oh, just. What source should we? State Rear laptop? loading yet.
Doctor, I'm just going to ask you some questions about your background while we're loading that up.
Okay.
What type of educational background do you have to be a toxicologist with NMS Labs?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry and a doctorate or PhD in toxicology.
In terms of your time with NMS Labs, how long have you been there?
15 years.
During that entire time, were you working as a toxicologist for that lab?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about NMS Labs and who you do work for at that lab?
NMS Labs is a private toxicology and chemistry laboratory. So on the toxicology side, NMS Labs does work for hospitals and clinicians doing clinical toxicology testing, and also does work for medical examiners' offices, law enforcement departments, defense attorneys, and other types of investigators or doctors doing more forensic toxicology, including both performance toxicology, so that's like driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and also post-mortem toxicology or toxicology on individuals who have died.
And that's what you mean by post-mortem?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the area within the lab, does the lab also do testing of substances?
Yes, so there is also a drug chemistry department in the laboratory, and that department is testing the pills and powders and liquids to see if they contain any drugs or chemicals, depending on what's being asked for.
Okay. What areas of the country do you receive samples for testing?
We receive samples from all over the country.
Okay. In terms of your work, you indicated that that includes requests from defense attorneys in some circumstances?
Yes, so sometimes we are asked to redo testing that was done at another laboratory to verify their results, or we are asked to review the testing done in those laboratories to determine if they did the testing correctly, if their methods were appropriate, and then to offer opinions on the toxicology results with respect to particular cases.
In terms of coroner or medical examiner offices who send you toxicology samples, where do you have offices all over the country that send you things?
Yes, we have medical examiners in almost every state of the country that use NMS Labs either as their primary toxicology lab where we do all of their toxicology testing, or in a lot of cases, there might be a medical examiner's lab that has their own lab that can do some toxicology, but if they come across something that they're unable to test for and we are able to test for it, then they will send us a sample for that particular test.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that NMS Labs is a very comprehensive lab in terms of what you can test for and what you can quantify?
Yes.
Okay. No matter who sends you a substance or post-mortem sample, does it cost money for your lab to test those?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you, because you're a private lab, right?
Well, it costs the state lab money to do testing too. It costs money to do toxicology testing.
Okay. Now, I believe Exhibit 47 is now displayed on your screen. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'd like Mr. Vulcanier to just flip through the 9 pages, please. Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a copy of my curriculum vitae or my CV.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy of your current CV?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 47 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 47 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And if we could zoom in, please. And I'm not going to go through each line of this, doctor, but in terms of your work experience, where were you before NMS Labs?
So immediately before NMS Labs, I was working on my doctorate in toxicology at the University of Maryland. While I was there, I did research at the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Prior to that, I was a forensic chemist for the state of Florida.
Okay. I'd like to ask you specifically about, and I'm not sure which page this is on, but about boards or certifications that you have or groups that you belong to that are important in your field of toxicology. If you could just tell us when to stop.
There we go.
Thank you. This is page 3 of Exhibit 47. Is that true?
Looking for a page number.
If you actually look on the left.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yes, 3.
So can you just explain what those certifications and licenses are?
So I am a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, and this is an accrediting body that specifically is certifying individuals who work in the field of toxicology and apply that work to forensics. So that entails it requires a work period. So you have to have 3 years of work experience before you can apply to become certified. And then once they review your background and there are reference letters and determine your eligibility, there is an exam. And when you pass the exam, you become certified. To maintain certification, I am required to have continuing education credits every year. Over the course of 5 years, I have to get 50 units of continuing education credit, at which point I reapply. I don't have to retake the test, thankfully, but I have to show that I did that continuing education, that I'm continuing to work in the field of forensic toxicology, and then I can be recertified. The other ones that are listed are state level requirements. So different states require different certificates for people who are doing forensic work for that state. So that's what the North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas licenses are. That is, because the lab I work for does testing for those states, I am required to maintain those certifications. Texas did require an exam, the other 2 did not, but they are looking at credentials, and they have to regularly be recertified. The New York State Department of Health is a certificate of qualifications. As you can see, I have that qualification in 3 different areas: forensic toxicology, clinical toxicology, and therapeutic substance monitoring, quantitative toxicology. And that is not required to do work for the state of New York, but it is required to do duties that are associated with being an assistant lab director. I am not currently an assistant lab director, but my employer asked me to get that certificate so that in the future, if they need someone to step into that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification.
In terms of being a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, does that require you to follow certain guidelines or ethical guidelines in your work?
Yes, so every time I recertify, I have to sign an ethics statement, basically a statement indicating that I will continue to work ethically as a forensic toxicologist and follow the expected ethical guidelines of the field. And there's it's a little bit of a complicated relationship, but there's something called the Academy Standard Boards, and that's part of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and it is in partnership with national, federal organizations, and they are working on putting out standards and guidelines and recommendations for all the different fields of forensic science. So basically, putting in writing what the basic expectations both...
Become a narrative.
She may continue. I would just ask going forward. I do believe it's responsive, but go ahead.
So these recommendations and guidelines are drafted by people in the field. They go through a period of review. And then once they're adopted, there is an expectation that someone is certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, are aware of them, and are following those recommendations and guidelines.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that important to your work?
Yes.
In terms of the page the jury's now seeing, the bottom of page 3, Does that list all the professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about teaching. Do you do any teaching?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I think if we go back up to page 2, we may have missed that section. Okay, so if you could just give the jury an overview of where you teach and what you're teaching, please.
So currently, my major teaching assignment is teaching a pharmacology course for the Forensic Science graduate program at Arcadia University. In the past, I have taught a forensic toxicology laboratory for the graduate program in forensic toxicology at Jefferson University. And ongoing, I participate in educational opportunities at the Center for Forensic Science Research and Education. This is a nonprofit organization that offers continuing education to people in the forensic science fields. And I teach in some of their courses related to forensic toxicology. For example, I teach in the postmortem interpretive toxicology class, and this is a class that is offered to the public. Primarily, the attendees are medical examiners, law enforcement, or medical legal death investigators. So it's a week-long course where they are learning about all of the different classes of drugs and how to interpret that postmortem toxicology.
Thank you. I am done with Exhibit 47. Doctor, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your lab. What kind of quality control efforts are in place at NMS Labs?
So quality control is present through every aspect of the laboratory, from receipt of specimens through publication of results. One of the primary quality control mechanisms is maintenance of chain of custody. So this is just tracking the samples through the laboratory, documenting everything that happens to them. Within the analytical testing, each analytical test has its own quality control. And typically when we talk about quality control samples, we're talking about samples with known amounts or presence of drug. We run it through the same test as patient samples, and we ensure the test is working correctly. We also participate in proficiency testing. So this is when outside organizations send samples in with drugs in them. We perform our testing on them and we report back to those agencies what we found. And then there's a report sent back to us. If there is anything that we reported that wasn't in there or that we didn't report that we should have, there has to be an investigation. We have to show them that we did that investigation to show that we have acknowledged and corrected any issues that led to that proficiency issue. And then for the toxicologists, every year, a certain number of cases that I review are secondary reviewed by another toxicologist. So after I'm done with my review, another toxicologist comes in and does a review to make sure that I did it correctly. And then finally, we get reviewed on our testimony. So someone accompanies me to testimony or they read transcripts of my testimony. And that is all requirements of the laboratory accreditations.
So the lab is accredited?
Yes, NMS Labs has a large list of accreditations.
Okay. I'd like to have you talk a little bit more about what your day might look like at work at NMS Labs, please.
So my primary job duty at NMS Labs is case review. So this is the process of reviewing all of the documentation that was received with a sample, reviewing case history if one was provided, looking at the analytical results and the report and making sure that all of the testing that was requested was performed, that all of the results make toxicological sense, requesting additional testing if something looks awry, and then finally I certify the report. I put my name on the report and say this is a reliable and accurate reflection of the results of the testing that was performed. Outside of that, I have involved in a lot of different groups. I am in a strategy team. It's just an internal name we use for different groups that look at different types of testing. So I'm on the postmortem strategy team, and the job of that team is to regularly review the scope or the drugs that we're testing for in our postmortem panels and make sure that they are up to date. There are requirements or guidelines published by different organizations on what you should be testing for in different types of panels. So we're comparing to that, making sure that we're meeting those. And also, I monitor drug trends within the laboratory. So we are a large lab. We do about 8,000 postmortem toxicology analyses a month. That means we have a lot of data. So one of my jobs is to keep track of that data and try to identify new trends. So new drugs that we're seeing, things that we're seeing more often. And then that is used to kind of guide future testing or educational opportunities. You know, if we start to see a new drug more often, it might be necessary to go out and educate our clientele or educate medical examiners or law enforcement officers that this new drug is out there. Related to new drugs, I also co-chair the novel psychoactive substances team. So kind of doing the same thing as postmortem, but specifically looking at novel drugs. So new things that are popping up in the drug supply. I am involved in method development and validation. Now, I don't do any of the development or the validation testing, but I am responsible for indicating what should be included in a test, what validation experiments need to be run. And the validation is the process of ensuring that a test works before we start using it on patient samples. And then I have random responsibilities and requirements depending on what's going on in the lab at any given time. I might be asked to participate in other projects.
Okay. When you talked about your role in determining and keeping updated the panel for postmortem samples, does your standard postmortem toxicological panel include tetrahydrozoline?
So we have really 2 levels of postmortem testing. There are 3 levels. We have a basic test which does not include tetrahydrozoline. Our expanded postmortem panel, and I can't remember the name of the other panel. So we have an expanded panel that does, and then we have an expanded panel that also includes additional NPS that also includes tetrahydrozoline. The majority of our postmortem testing is that expanded panel that does include tetrahydrozoline.
Did you work on a report that was generated based on requests from Dr. Bedritsky in Waukesha County for a patient named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
And do you know initially whether Dr. Bedritsky wanted that expanded panel that you just talked about?
That was the test that was originally ordered in this case. So all of our testing is directed by clients. We run what they ask us to run.
Okay. I want you to explain to the jury how you got involved in this case with Dr. Bedritsky.
So I did not review the original report. The original report was signed by I believe a certifying scientist, which was an old job title. They are now toxicologists too, but we had a class of people called certifying scientists. I was doing a job duty, which I didn't describe earlier, but we have a job duty that's called Toxicologist of the Day. And basically, when you're a toxicologist of the day, your job is to answer any questions coming in from clients. So clients calling in customer service, and this can be anything from they want to talk about a case and get some guidance on what tests to order, or they've gotten a result and they want to discuss the toxicology results. It also includes answering questions from the laboratory if the laboratory has any analytical questions. But on this given day, I was assigned to be toxicologist of the day, and a question came in from the medical examiner's office asking for a phone call to discuss the toxicology results in this case. So I did that because that day it was my job to do that.
And it was Dr. Bedritsky that called?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that your lab does about 8,000 postmortem samples a month?
It varies, obviously, but I think currently it's 7,000 to 8,000 a month.
Are you able to keep your thumb on all those and grab all the ones that have tetrahydrozoline in it?
No. Okay. Who signs out a case is very random, basically. There's lists of different cases that need to be signed, and we sign them first in, first out. So, and it depends on what you're allowed. I'm allowed to sign every type of case that comes into the lab, but as you move through this, like when you first start, you're only signing certain types of cases.
Do you remember why Dr. Bedritsky called about this case?
She called because tetrahydrozoline is an unusual finding, and it was the first time she had encountered it in a postmortem case.
At that point, did you pull the toxicology results that had been done in your lab?
Yes.
So if I asked you if you personally did the testing that gave those results, what would you say?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you took a look at that panel, those results?
The results for this case?
Right.
So I reviewed the data to make sure everything looked good, and I looked at the results, and I don't remember if sometimes when we get these phone calls, they call client support, and client support writes down notes and emails us that they want a phone call back. I cannot remember if it specifically said tetrahydrozoline was what she was calling about. But when I looked at the toxicology report, I was like, I bet you she's calling about the tetrahydrozoline because it was a very elevated concentration compared to what we're used to seeing. So I did just, before I call, I always try to do a little bit of research on all of the drugs just to try to be prepared for any questions. It's really hard because a lot of times you have no idea and you can spend a lot of time preparing and they have a question completely unrelated. But in this case, I read through some information on tetrahydrozoline. I confirmed my thought that it was an elevated concentration. I looked at some of the literature of other reported results, and then I called her back.
Okay. In terms of your time with the lab, was this the very first time that any client called you about a tetrahydrozoline result, if you recall?
I recall one other phone call specifically. Well, now there's more than one. There was one phone call that I had. I honestly don't remember if it was before or after this case. Since then, I've had several different conversations with different people about tetrahydrozoline. But at that time, there may have been one case that was around the same time that I spoke to a client about.
Do you know if this was the first or second time that tetrahydrozoline had been reported in an NMS report on a postmortem sample?
No, it's not unusual to report. It's not common to report tetrahydrozoline, but it's something we see because it is something that a lot of people use. What was unusual about this case was how much was there. So, probably don't get a lot of phone calls about it because when we do report it, typically it's at very low concentrations. So this was unusual because of the amount, not because it was tetrahydrozoline.
What are those more usual concentrations that you referenced?
So typically when it's used as an eye drop, the concentration is less than 1 nanogram per milliliter. We see a fair number that are kind of between 1 and 10. And then as the concentration increases, the number of cases we see decreases. But we have seen a dozen to 20 cases with concentrations greater than 100.
Okay. Was Ms. Hernan's case one of those?
Yes.
I'd like to publish the front page of Exhibit 35, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kacinko, does this look like the first page of the NMS lab for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. And this has already been entered into evidence, but is this the report that ultimately you signed off on in this case?
It is one of the reports that I signed. There were multiple reports after the initial report that I signed, but this looks like it was the final report that I signed in this case.
Okay. And if we can please just zoom in on the top 2/3 of this page. So, Dr. Kacinko, if your lab issues multiple reports, do subsequent reports incorporate everything that's been done already?
Yes, so as long as it says supplemental at the top, that means additional testing was done. So it's going to look the same as the original report, just with additional findings, if there were additional findings. Sometimes we do additional testing and there are no additional findings. But each report will include the previous report's results plus the new results.
And in this case, what was the tetrahydrozoline result in the blood?
Was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. In this case, do you recall, you already testified that there was more testing done after that initial panel, right?
That is correct.
Why was more testing done?
So after my initial phone call with the medical examiner, there were a couple of drugs that were in the case history for some reason. I believe there were some pill bottles found at the scene or medical records that are not included in the testing that she initially requested, but were capable of doing testing for. So those tests were added. And then the decision was made to also test other matrices. So in this case, the gastric fluid and the liver tissue. And this happened over the course of several different phone calls. I don't remember each step what testing was added, but it was, it's not uncommon to, in a complicated case, to slowly add additional testing to make sure you're getting the whole toxicological picture.
And is that what was done in this case?
Yes.
In terms of the results in Exhibit 35, do you believe that they're true and accurate to a reasonable degree of toxicological certainty?
So I have reviewed all of the analytical data in this case. So I have looked at all of those quality control samples, the calibrators, the individual patient specimen, and confirmed that all of the results are accurate and reliable.
Ultimately, doctor, were you asked to put a report together in this case?
Beyond the...
Yes.
Yes, so I issued the toxicology report, and I was also asked to write what we call an opinion report or an interpretive report, which just includes more information about specific drugs of interest and addressing some questions on interpretation.
Okay. Is that report more case specific to this case in terms of what opinions you included?
Yes.
Okay. Before you finalized that report, did you talk to the team from the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Was that because we had questions about this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, talk multiple times with Dr. Bedritsky?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you just the witness, please, Exhibit 48. And it is a 3-page exhibit. If we could just page down for the witness. And if we go to page 2, Dr. Kacinko, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And back to page 1, what is Exhibit 48?
This is the interpretation or expert opinion report that I wrote for this case.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
All right. I'd move Exhibit 48 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 48 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Ultimately, doctor, were you able to give information specific to this chemical compound that Dr. Bedritsky didn't even have available to her in terms of that she already knew about?
I believe that there, I think to say she didn't have available would be inaccurate. This is information that is available in the scientific literature, but it is, I did provide some very specific information on the pharmacology. So what happens when an individual uses tetrahydrozoline? What happens when, so pharmacology is both what happens to the person and also how the person changes the drug. I also was able to do some calculations to estimate how much tetrahydrozoline was in certain specimens. And also some information on what reported concentrations were after regular eye drop use of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the top of the page that the jury can see, there's a word there that I'm not real familiar with, pharmacology. What is that, doctor?
So as I said, pharmacology is the study of drugs and chemicals and their effect on a person. So has two parts. Pharmacology consists of pharmacokinetics, which is a study of how drugs get into the body, so their absorption, how they are distributed throughout the body, their metabolism, which is the body's mechanism of getting rid of drugs. Your body really doesn't want drugs to be in it. Its primary goal is to get rid of it, so that's through metabolism. And finally, excretion, which is how it leaves the body finally. And then there's also pharmacodynamics, and pharmacodynamics are the effects the drug have on the person. So the symptoms, both the desired effects, so the reason why someone is taking a drug, and also the adverse or undesired effects of those drugs.
Why would someone use a product with tetrahydrozoline in it?
So tetrahydrozoline is the active ingredient in eye drops that are used to decrease redness in the eye. The most common trade name is Visine, and their tagline, "Get the red out." So it is intended to, it causes the blood vessels in the eyes to constrict, which makes your eyes look less red. It is also available in a nasal spray. It's less commonly used that way, but it works as a decongestant. So again, it constricts blood vessels. A lot of nasal congestion is actually caused by the swelling of the tissues. So it causes those tissues to have less swelling so that you can breathe easier.
Is that type of product different from what might be called a lubricating eye drop?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
So lubricating eye drops contain emollients or substances that are slippery and are used to lubricate the eye. Whereas tetrahydrozoline, as I said, is designed to constrict those blood vessels so that your eyes don't look as red.
Is there any product in the U.S. available for oral use of tetrahydrozoline to drink it?
No, there is no FDA-approved use for oral tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of what can occur to someone if they do drink it, what are some of those symptoms?
So when tetrahydrozoline is ingested orally, its effects are more central. So when you use it as an eye drop, it's a peripheral effect. It's acting on those blood vessels exactly where you drop the tetrahydrozoline. When it's ingested, it is acting at receptors primarily in the brain, and it is causing effects like respiratory depression, very low blood pressure. It can cause a very low heart rate. So these are all things that we call central nervous system depressant or CNS depressant type effects.
Okay. Now, in terms of, I think a real common question in a case like this is, Doctor, how much would I have to drink of tetrahydrozoline to get to, for example, a level of 160? Could you tell the jury that?
No, I can't.
Why not?
So the primary reason with a drug like tetrahydrozoline is we can't do that experiment. So how we determine that type of information, so this is part of that pharmacokinetics, is by giving people the drug and then testing their blood or plasma to see how much is there. So you give different doses, measure the blood over time, and determine what the concentrations are. But this drug is not used orally. We would never get approved to do a study where we gave people oral tetrahydrozoline and then studied their blood concentrations.
Why not?
Because of the serious adverse effects of the drug. It can cause your respiration to decrease. It can cause unconsciousness. It can incapacitate people because of those CNS depressant effects. And because there's no FDA-approved use, you simply can't do that study.
But what if you took a look at your toxicology level and did some mathematical calculations? Can't you tell us that way what it would be?
So there are calculations in pharmacokinetics and pharmacology that are used to estimate dose based on a blood concentration. These are generally quite complex, especially when you're dealing with an oral medication, because you need to know a lot of information about the pharmacokinetics of that drug. These are used, these are taught in clinical pharmacology courses. I teach it in my pharmacology course. I teach students that these calculations exist. We do a few examples of them, but they are not appropriate to use in postmortem toxicology cases for a wide variety of reasons. And even in clinical toxicology, there's not really a lot of practical use of doing the calculations. It's a lot of just helping you understand how drugs are absorbed and distributed and showing those processes. They're population-based. There's a lot of individual differences that would make it inappropriate to do on a specific person.
And everything that you just testified about, does that kind of fit under the number 1 on the screen that the jury is looking at?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the number 2, it looks like you formed an opinion about the level in Ms. Hernan's case, right?
Yes.
And what's that opinion?
So there has been one study done on therapeutic use of...
Stop her right now. Please answer the question that's asked, and then Attorney Nikolai will follow up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is your opinion that you came to in this case regarding Ms. Hernan's concentration level?
The concentration found in the blood specimen collected at autopsy was over 400 times higher than the highest concentration that's been reported following the use of tetrahydrozoline as an eye drop.
And you began to explain to the jury about how that level was obtained, right?
Yes.
And is that a study?
Yes.
And what was that study about?
There was a study done where they gave people Visine eye drops following the directions on the Visine eye drop package and measured their plasma concentrations at different time points throughout the study.
Okay. In terms of your opinion regarding Ms. Hernan's level, does that also flow into the number 3 that the jury's seeing on the screen?
Yes.
Is that also based on the study that you've described now?
No.
Okay, could you explain to the jury how that piece of your opinion differs?
So this piece of my opinion is based on case studies that have been published in the scientific literature on individuals who had oral ingestion or oral exposure to tetrahydrozoline and the concentrations that were reported in those patients.
But I thought you said that we couldn't study that, right?
Yes, these are not studies. This is a case series. So these are accidental ingestions, primarily in children. So they weren't given the tetrahydrozoline solution. It was ingested incidentally.
Okay. And were those case studies fatalities?
No.
Then why were they helpful to you in this case?
It showed concentrations that were present when different symptoms of tetrahydrozoline were reported. So it gives some information on what concentrations can be reached when someone ingests tetrahydrozoline. So when you swallow it, what type of concentrations might appear in the plasma, and also what type of symptoms the individuals were experiencing.
In terms of the 2 cases that had a known dose of 7.5 milliliters, I'd like you to compare that number for the jury to what's commonly in a Visine bottle or an eye drop bottle in terms of volume.
I believe that's about half of a bottle. I think a bottle of Visine is 15 milliliters.
Okay. And in terms of those cases, were there symptoms?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
In those 2 cases referred to with the known dosing, what were the levels reported?
39 and 24 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, you testified before that in this case you did one calculation, right?
That is correct.
Why did you do that?
So I wanted to see approximately how much of the Visine solution was in the decedent's stomach.
Why?
just to get an estimate of how, if ingestion occurred. So if I had done this calculation and there was very little, there's something called hepatic recirculation where drugs can get into the stomach even if they weren't ingested. But those would be very, very low levels. So I wanted to confirm that this concentration that was found in the stomach was consistent with an oral ingestion.
And was it?
Yes.
What was the concentration, the result of your calculation? If we can scroll down a bit, please.
So assuming that the stomach contents that I tested were homogeneous, so that means that the sample I received was a well-mixed representation of the total stomach contents, and based on a total stomach content...
Judge, she just asked her what the number was, and she's going into a narrative again.
Sustained. Please wait for a question.
Could you please explain to the jury what assumptions you had to make when you did this calculation?
So whenever you do a calculation, you have to make certain assumptions. And in this case, the assumptions I made were that the stomach contents were homogeneous. As I explained, I mean, they were well mixed, and the sample is representative of the entire stomach contents, and that the volume of 300 milliliters, which was provided to me by the medical examiner. And so those are the assumptions that I made prior to doing the calculation.
Okay. Ultimately, did that calculation allow you to see the volume of tetrahydrozoline within that fluid?
Yes.
And what was the result?
5 milliliters.
Okay. Ultimately, doctor, in this case, the jury was told that you can't die from drinking tetrahydrozoline. Would you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
There are cases of deaths from tetrahydrozoline.
In fact, have those cases come through your lab?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
The ones I am aware of, yes.
Are you trying to compile that information right now?
I am.
Why?
As I started looking at our data on tetrahydrozoline, I saw that there were quite a few cases with these concentrations that were higher than could be explained from eye drop use. So I became interested in those cases, and I started reaching out to the clients who submitted those cases to gather more information to see if these are cases that, or to gather information on what concentrations might be consistent with fatalities or significant adverse effects.
Isn't there any publication or articles that already have that kind of information in it?
At this time, there are no publications on fatalities from tetrahydrozoline in the scientific literature.
Why is that?
Someone has to write the first paper, and writing a paper is hard and a lot of work, and you need a lot of time and information, and it's just something that most people working as medical examiners or toxicologists are doing when they have time, which is not a lot. So it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time.
Okay. In this case, were you actually asked by the defense team for the raw data of some of these instances of high levels of tetrahydrozoline in your lab?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the defense?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217. And just the witness, please. Doctor, this is a multi-page exhibit, and let me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
Great. If we could just go through these 20 pages. Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 217?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is just a subset of cases that have been tested at NMS labs that include tetrahydrozoline, and I had some type of information either from the requisition or from a discussion with the client indicating these were fatalities.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that data set?
Yes.
Are there some things blacked out?
Yes.
Why?
We redacted client information and patient information for privacy concerns.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 217 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
I do object. I'd like to have be heard at sidebar.
All right, let's see the parties at sidebar. All right, the objection's been, or the request for sidebar, obviously I had, there was an objection, it's overruled. Exhibit 217 is received.
And Judge, if we could please publish this.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I'm not going to go through each page of this with you, but I would like to ask you some questions about a few of them, starting with page 1. If we could just scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in a bit. Doctor, do you see the exhibit sticker that says 217 at the bottom?
Yes.
And then there's an entry from your lab NMS below that.
Yes.
Under that, is there actually a new page number that you didn't put on there?
Yes.
And if we go to the bottom of page 2, is there also the subsequent number 002 at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Okay, so not only can we see the page there on the tab, but this has also been numbered in order, is that true?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, so starting with page 1, I want to ask you about the tetrahydrozoline level. Is this a lab report that NMS produced?
Yes.
It looks a lot like the report that the jury saw of Ms. Hernan, right?
All of our reports have the same format.
Okay, so the things in that box are results in terms of what was tested?
These are the positive findings. So at the end of the report, there's a list of everything that was tested for, and we only report positive findings.
Got it. What sample was tested in this case?
Cardiac blood.
Okay. Was tetrahydrozoline a positive finding in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was the level?
68 nanograms per milliliter.
Did the subject in this case die?
Yes.
And remind the jury again why you chose the cases included in Exhibit 217.
These were cases where I was able to obtain some type of case history either through the requisition that was submitted, conversations with the client, or in some cases, publicly available information.
What made you decide to include these 5 versus all other ones?
The concentrations, and there was some sort of indication in one of those things I mentioned, the case history, discussions with the medical examiner, or publicly available information, that tetrahydrozoline played a role in the death.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to move now to, page 7 of Exhibit 217. Doctor, are we at a new set of lab findings for a new client on page 7?
Yes.
How do you know?
So I can see the client ID. I don't know who that client is off the top of my head, but that's a different client ID than was on the first report.
Okay.
It also has a different work order number.
Okay. So are pages 1 through 6 all for the same person?
I would need to see them
let's go through
again to be sure. Yes,
So that lab report was 6 pages long, is that true?
that is correct.
Okay, so what is the jury looking at on page 7?
So this is a case where the only test that we were requested to run was the tetrahydrozoline.
And was that done at your lab?
Yes.
And what was the result?
130 nanograms per milliliter.
Is this another case where you were able to get some information about cause of death?
Yes, I do want to be clear, though, that I do not know what was listed as cause of death on the death certificates for most of these cases. This is just information from the requisition or a discussion with the medical examiner. And I don't recall specifically which cases I talked to the medical examiner about.
But in terms of whether the person that gave this sample of iliac blood is alive or not, do you know the answer to that?
This person was not alive.
Okay. And then if we can just slowly scroll through pages 8 and then to 9. Doctor, is page 9 a new report now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, did your lab do testing in this case for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And again, was that from a post-mortem sample?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result in this incident?
280 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. I'd like to scroll through page 10 and 11 and 12. And then on page 13, doctor, is this a new report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, of a different person who died?
Yes.
Did your lab run a tetrahydrozoline screen in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result?
150 nanograms per milliliter. I think that's a 5.
Blow that up a little bit, thank you.
Yes, 150 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. Could you remind the jury again what Ms. Hernan's level was?
Was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. If we could please scroll through page 14 and 15 and 16. And then ultimately on page 17, doctor, is this now another new report?
It is a new report.
Okay. Was this patient also deceased?
Yes. However, can you scroll back to page 1?
Sure.
I apologize. Yes. So this is actually the same patient on page 1. So we did testing twice at different time points on different samples for the same case.
Okay. So on page 1, the result is listed at
It is 68 nanograms per milliliter in cardiac blood, and that was done in July, August of 2018.
okay. Then on page 17, you're saying this is results for the same patient or decedent?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how this test changed from page 1.
This was also a cardiac blood sample, and the concentration was 37 nanograms per milliliter.
Were these tests done at the same time?
I do not know. I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 217. Doctor, did this data from within your lab help you form your opinions in this case?
Yes, it did.
One moment, please. Now, if I could please put the publish down, I'd like to just show the witness Exhibit 216. Doctor, do you see Exhibit 216 on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
We'll go to page 2. Do you recognize Exhibit 216?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a abstract that I wrote for a presentation at the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists annual meeting.
Where was that? If you know.
It was in Versailles. It was in Versailles, France. Sorry,
Okay.
I was trying to remember what year it was.
What is an abstract?
So an abstract is a short research summary indicating the research that was performed, the reason the research was being performed, and the results of that research.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of your abstract?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 216 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish.
Received.
Doctor, did you present the information in this abstract in France at that event?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury what information you presented generally?
So generally it was the information from those cases that we just looked at where I had gathered some information about the cases. I talked about what tetrahydrozoline is, what it's generally used for, and then talked about these potential fatalities. In this set of data, there was one case that was not a fatality, but had an elevated concentration. But basically presenting the information that I had available at the time on these cases just to make the forensic toxicology community aware of tetrahydrozoline as a potentially harmful substance when orally ingested.
When you presented this in France, what year was that?
That was last year, 2022.
Okay. Did part of that presentation include whether or not tetrahydrozoline can be fatal?
Yes.
And is that also included in your abstract?
Yes.
And what's your opinion about that?
Tetrahydrozoline can be fatal.
Since that abstract and since 2018, have there been more cases through NMS labs that you've seen involving tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Have any of those cases changed your opinion about the lethality of tetrahydrozoline?
No.
In fact, have they reinforced it?
Yes.
One moment. That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Just switching microphones here.
Of course, thank you.
You're testing, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. So you have this database of cases at NMS labs that you spoke about today.
Yes, I keep an ongoing list of tetrahydrozoline cases. So I regularly look at the new cases, the new results, and add to my list of cases that I want to further investigate.
So you're a private company, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and no one outside of your company has access to your database, is that true?
No one can just log in and pull the data. We do provide data to a wide variety of different entities upon request.
If somebody wants data from your lab, they can't just have it if they want it. You have to give permission. You'd have to authorize it, right?
Well, not me personally, but the laboratory does maintain and control the data, so there would have to be a request for the data. And depending on what the request is, sometimes they do require a subpoena or a non-disclosure agreement to protect the information.
What's the National Poison Data System, NPDS?
That is a, to the best of my knowledge, it is a record of calls to poison control centers.
So your database is, well, strike that. Would the data that is in the NPDS be available to you if you wanted to look at it?
I've never tried to just pull data from it, but I believe that that information is accessible. I don't know if you have to register or anything to get it, but I believe it's available.
Well, you have a particular interest in THC, don't you?
I find it interesting because of the information I've gathered over the years.
I didn't ask you why. I just asked you if you had a special interest in it.
Yes.
Okay. Have you tried to get onto that system to see what cases you might be able to look at?
No, I have not.
You could do that if you wanted to, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not certain.
You only rely upon the cases that come through your lab.
At this point, I've only looked at cases that have come through NMS, yes.
Does the federal government and the CDC, they would go to the National Poison Data System for information, true?
I do not know.
They don't come to you, do they?
We certainly get requests for information from CDC, but I don't know what the relationship is directly, no.
Do you know that they have more than 2 million cases a year that go through their lab, their agency?
Which agency, I'm sorry?
National Poison Data System.
I do not know what their source of their data is or how much data is in there. Like I said, I believe it's from poison control centers, but I don't know if they have other sources.
You were telling the jury just now about having, and you showed us an abstract, right?
Yes.
From 216, Exhibit 216.
That is correct.
And that's something that you showed at a conference you went to in Versailles, France. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's because you can go to conferences. You can choose which conferences you want to go to. True?
I don't have free reign. There's a process of getting approved to go to conferences, but yes, I get to go to conferences, typically 2 a year.
But what I mean is, you look at the conferences that are available and you make a personal decision where you might want to go.
Yes, but I don't always get to go to the places I have. We put down a list of where we want to go, and then managers decide who goes to each conference ultimately.
The point being, Versailles, France didn't invite you to come to the conference. You requested from your NMS labs to go to that conference.
Yes, it's a conference that I wanted to go to and got approval to attend.
And when you're going to go to a conference, isn't it true that you get a letter or you get an email saying, hey, anybody who's going to be attending this conference, if you have an abstract that you'd like to show at the conference, please submit it in advance and we'll consider that. Isn't that true?
That is how the process works, yes.
Okay. So it was just a general request, as usual, for anyone who had an idea, and you submitted yours hoping that maybe you could show your abstract.
That is correct.
And so this abstract that you've shown in court today, this is not published, right?
I have not yet published this as a complete paper, no.
To have a paper published, it's a process, true?
It's a process.
You got to put a lot of information together.
That is correct.
Right. Put it in a format to be published, right?
That is correct.
Then you have to pick a journal that you personally might like it to be published in.
Yes, you submit to a specific journal.
A journal that you choose. You decide the journal you're going to submit it to, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you submit it and then it's gotta go through a peer review process, right?
That is correct.
And the peer review process is where your information, once you finish the paper, is reviewed by other people in your field and critiqued.
That is correct, yes.
And you haven't gotten to that yet.
The abstract was reviewed before it was accepted, but I have not published a paper yet, correct?
Well, you haven't even submitted it to a journal yet for publication.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just writing it now.
I am working on, I haven't even started writing, but I am working on gathering and doing the research and putting the research together to be able to write the paper.
So hopefully someday you'll be able to get that published.
That is my goal.
To get it published though, like I said, it has to go through this peer review process.
Yes, there is a peer review process for scientific publications.
And by members in your field, they'll take a look at what you've written and they'll critique it in some way and probably go back to you with questions or clarifications. Is that true?
Yes, there's usually response from the reviewers with questions to address.
And then you probably have to revise your paper or answer the questions for them to look at it yet again.
That is correct.
And that can be a process that can take several backs and forth.
In my experience, there's usually just one, but I do know that there can be more than that.
Okay. So you haven't done any of that yet with this tetrahydrozoline one-page paper that you brought in here today.
That went through the review process for acceptance at the conference where it was reviewed by other toxicologists, but I have not published a scientific paper in the journals, the complete review paper yet, correct?
As to the cases that you talked about today, the cases that were just presented to us in Exhibit 217, I want to talk to you about that for a minute. Did you have any of these cases in 217 peer reviewed? Have this been reviewed by anybody but you?
I did not issue all of those reports. I don't know that I issued any of those reports. They may have been issued by another toxicologist at the lab. I can't remember. But I'm not sure what having a report peer reviewed would look like.
Okay, so you brought in Exhibit 217, and these are not cases where you issued the report.
I do not recall, to be honest. I don't believe that any of those were my original reports, but I can't say for certain.
When I look at Exhibit 217, patient's name and age and gender is all blacked out. Is that true?
That is correct.
So you hand this into us in court today.
Objection, that's not what happened.
Sustained.
You present this in court today, excuse me, you're presenting this in court today without any details that we could take a look at who these people are, right?
These documents were
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Is there a way that I can tell from looking at this who these people are?
No.
Is there any way I can tell from looking at this what their age is
No.
or their gender?
No.
Can I even tell from looking at this where these samples came from, like what city or state or anything like that?
No.
And as you presented Exhibit 217 today, is it fair to say that you can't say as you're sitting here that any of these people died from THC poisoning?
I am aware of one case where the cause of death was determined to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
And not the others, you don't know?
I don't know what the cause of death on the death certificates were, no.
You don't know what these people's medical histories are.
In some of those, I have collected some of that information, but I can't tell you which one specifically. No.
Well, I mean, let's just take the page 1 of Exhibit 217. Tell me a little bit about that person's medical history.
I have not reviewed their medical history.
Medical history is important in determining a cause of death, isn't it?
You would need to talk to a medical examiner about information used to determine cause of death. That is outside of my scope.
You've got cases in here of people with alcohol in their systems and marijuana in their systems, right?
I would need to see the reports to know what the other toxicology were, but yes, I believe some of them had, I know one had a low amount of alcohol, and we see cannabis in a lot of postmortem toxicology cases.
You included a case where the person had fentanyl in their system.
Yes, there was a low concentration of fentanyl.
Fentanyl is also, can be deadly, true?
Absolutely.
And in some of these cases, people have other drugs in their system that if used incorrectly or combined with other drugs can be toxic or even deadly.
That is correct, yes.
People can die from a polydrug overdose, a combination of drugs.
Yes, polydrug overdoses are very common.
What does that mean when you say a polydrug overdose? What is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
It means that there are a combination of drugs that are present, and the combination of drugs is responsible for the overdose toxicity or overdose death, sometimes due to drug-drug interactions or just having so many drugs present resulted in the death.
How common is, you said polydrug overdose is common. When you say common, what do you mean?
It's difficult. I probably shouldn't have used that word. I broke my own rule by using the word common because it's hard to define. But it's a lot of the cases, and I can't give you a percent of the cases. Sitting here, I could figure it out. I have the data, but a lot of overdose death has involved multiple drugs.
In the cases presented in Exhibit 217, do you know if any of these are suicides?
I believe there are 2 cases in that set that were death by suicide.
Do you think that, do you believe that baclofen is a dangerous drug?
All drugs have potential toxicity. I don't know that I would classify as a dangerous drug. It depends on how it's used.
Can be a dangerous drug.
All drugs can be dangerous drugs, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm asking about baclofen.
Yes, baclofen can be a dangerous drug.
What about nifedipine?
Yes, nifedipine can be a dangerous drug.
There's, in fact, fatalities in the literature for overdoses with baclofen and nifedipine. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Those are prescription drugs, aren't they?
Yes, they are prescription medications.
You can't buy baclofen or nifedipine, for example, over the counter.
No, they are not available over the counter.
But tetrahydrozoline, you can buy over the counter.
Yes.
But it's in Visine, for example.
Yes.
When you received the gastric samples here, were they frozen?
No, they were not.
Were they on dry ice?
I do not know.
Isn't it standard to ship gastric samples on dry ice?
Our samples are often received cold. I don't know that it's standard.
What do you mean, that they're often received cold?
Yes,
Cold meaning on dry ice?
or ice packs.
Okay. And for Lynn Hernan, you don't know?
I do not know.
Because you didn't receive the samples.
I did not receive the samples.
Okay, because you didn't actually do the testing in this case.
I do not do any laboratory testing at this point in my career.
Is one of the cases that you're writing about or including in the unknown names of Exhibit 217, the case from Aurora, Colorado with the dentist?
No, that case is more recent. It's on my list of cases, but it is not included in this because it happened fairly recently.
Are you following that case?
I am.
And you know that the wife of the dentist in that case had a THC level of 95 ng per ml. Do you know that?
I do not. I was unable to find the toxicology results in the public record, so I am aware of them because we did the testing. But if the information is not in public record, then I cannot share it.
So you don't really have much information about that particular case at this point?
I have information from discussions in the laboratory, and I have the same information that is available to everyone through media reports.
Well, you know that despite having her high THC level, she was actually fine at the hospital, drowsy, blood pressure was normal, heart rate was normal, respiration was normal. Her Glasgow Coma scale was 15. That's the highest, right?
I do not know.
Well, so she had a level of 95 and she's awake and talking. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
You gave us this literature here. You said two of them in here are duplicate cases.
That is correct.
Is that right? So do we have 4 cases here?
I don't recall.
Well, then let me bring it up and let's see how many cases you have. So this is Exhibit 217. I don't have it on. Can I have my copy? Judge, because this was new today, not on the drive, could I just approach a witness with a copy and have her take a look at it and see how many cases she has?
Sure. We also have a document camera, but it's not set up, but in the future, if that arises.
Excuse me.
But go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to approach the witness. I'm just going to give you what's marked as 217. And
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. You take a look at it and tell us how many cases are in that packet.
There are 4 cases.
Can I take that back from you? Thank you. So you sent us you showed today Exhibit 217, which consists of 4 cases that have THC levels that you wanted to discuss, but 2 out of the 4 are suicides. True?
I believe so. I would need to review my notes
Well, that's what
to be certain, but
Well, you testified earlier that two of them were suicides.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And when you prepare this abstract that you've introduced as Exhibit 216, many of the cases that you referred to were cases involving children.
I believe you're referring to the cases that have previously been published in the scientific literature.
Yes.
Yes, the cases presented or that have been published in peer-reviewed scientific literature are generally involving children.
And then you did mention earlier that there was one study where levels were checked with voluntary subjects who were putting Visine drops in their eye sacs, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then those levels were tested at certain periods of time,
That is correct.
just to see how the level was progressing.
Yes.
That study, though, only involved 10 people, right?
It was a very small study.
I mean, 10, that's the totality of that kind of research, 10 people.
That is correct.
What's the general rate of metabolism for THC?
Are you asking for the half-life?
Yes, they half-life.
Okay. So there are 2 published half-lives for tetrahydrozoline. The study that was done in volunteers, they calculated the half-life to be 6 hours. And in one of the case reports where they had multiple measurements, they estimated the tetrahydrozoline half-life to be 4.5 hours.
How would that apply to Lynn? Do you know specifically as to the person involved in this case, what the half-life of THC would be for her?
No, you cannot determine the half-life in an individual without studying that specific individual.
Now, if you're, when a person takes a substance, they metabolize it, is that right?
Most drugs are metabolized, some drugs are not.
And then that process eventually results in the substance becoming part of a person's bloodstream? Is that right? Does it get in your blood?
It gets into your blood, and the parent compound, or the drug you actually take, typically gets into the blood, and then also metabolites are in the blood as the body metabolizes the drug.
Because I noticed that there were blood samples sent to your lab to be tested here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when a person takes in a substance in generally, you take it orally. Let's say it's something we're taking orally. It goes into your stomach first, is that right?
Yes.
And then would it go through your intestines and then work its way into the bloodstream?
Some drugs are absorbed from the stomach, some drugs are absorbed in the small intestine.
If a person has a liver impairment, does that affect how they might metabolize a substance?
Yes, it can.
And in this particular case, were you shared the autopsy for Lynn showing that she has an impairment was found in her liver at her death? Did you know that?
I saw the autopsy report, and I noticed it mentioned, I believe, hepatic steatosis, or I'm going to butcher that word, which I know is some liver impairment.
So after a certain dose, if a person has a liver impairment, they might get a higher concentration because they're not able to eliminate the drug like the normal population does. Wouldn't that be true?
Yes, if someone, I believe you mean metabolize, not eliminate.
Metabolize, yes.
So if someone is unable to metabolize the drug as well as the general population, then that parent drug can accumulate over multiple doses, because metabolism is part of the process of eliminating the drug from the system. So you can get an accumulation of drug over time with repeated dosing.
All right, I'm going to bring up an exhibit that is already in the record. It states exhibit, well, I'm not sure if it's in the record. I'll bring up the defense exhibit 536. And I'd like to show it to this witness.
Is your computer plugged in
It is.
to the AV?
Papa? Plugged it in this morning. Oh, is that better? Took
Is it
out.
front, middle, or rear?
Is it working, Teresa?
No, you see it on your preview screen.
Pablo can get that up.
Sure, do it again.
Why don't we do this? It's 10:02, be a good time for a mid-morning break, and then we can figure that out, and we'll come back and you can continue. All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, bring your notebooks down.
Thank you. Be seated. I do have one sidebar to put on the record. I believe this was related to Exhibit 217, the 20-page exhibit that was received through the testimony of Dr. Kacinko. My understanding is this is a this is a compilation of reports that was provided to the defense, or at least at their request, which then the state obtained, and then the state marked it as 217, having to do with the 4 additional cases, in the words of this witness, regarding findings with THZ in a person's, I believe all have blood of one form or the other. The objection was based upon the redactions, and I indicated at sidebar that that would go to weight, not admissibility. I'd also note, I wasn't aware of this exhibit until it came in today. I was given a paper copy, but I also never received a request to order an unredacted version to be provided. I'm not aware of any requests to the lab requesting that. It was just a general objection today that it was redacted. Obviously, there's been some cross on that, and I stand by that. I believe it goes to weight, not admissibility. Some of this, of course, was the subject of the prior hearing that was held in this case, where there was an objection. I think there were some motions in limine as well, where I had previously ruled on its admissibility, but I also wanted to make that record. Anything about that sidebar I didn't cover from the state?
Judge, I'd just like to indicate that we did email that exhibit along with 217 to your clerk, as well as both defense attorneys yesterday at 10:23 a.m.
Thank you. Attorney Kukler, anything from you on the
No,
sidebar?
thank you.
Anything else we need to take up?
Nope.
Is that the only sidebar?
That was the only sidebar.
Okay, then no.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's take a 15-minute break. You may step down, Dr. Kacinko. We're in recess. I think we're good. Madam Clerk, have the jury come out and we'll go back on the record. Oh, we need our Dr. Kacinko back on the stand. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Kukler, when you're ready, you may continue with your cross.
Very good. Now, this ongoing tetrahydrozoline study that you're doing, would you agree with me that our office requested your notes from those ongoing studies and you objected to giving over your work product and mental impressions?
Yes.
And then with regard to these 4 studies or cases that you brought in here today, was looking at them a little closer. And I noticed that all of the matrix sources weren't the same.
I believe that is correct.
So in our case, you've been talking about cardiac blood when you're talking about Ms. Hernan's THC level, is that right?
I believe it was iliac blood.
Oh, iliac blood. And so you've got cardiac blood as your first example here in your packet.
I don't have it in front of me, but if that's what it says on the report, then yes, it was cardiac blood.
I see peripheral blood on one of them,
Yes, probably.
heart blood on another.
Heart blood and cardiac blood are the same thing.
Okay, well, one says cardiac blood, one says heart blood.
It depends how the client labels them when they submit them to us. We use whatever labeling they supply.
So that's blood from, heart blood isn't the same as the blood that you received in Lynn Hernan's case.
They were both blood samples. It's just a difference in the location that the blood sample was taken.
Well, you didn't receive heart blood from Lynn Hernan,
No, the sample was iliac blood.
and you didn't receive the peripheral blood from Lynn Hernan.
That is correct.
And I don't believe you ever got a vitreous sample from Lynn Hernan either, true?
That is correct.
I want to show you what, do you see on your screen an exhibit?
I do.
And if I scroll down a little, do you see an Exhibit 536 sticker on there?
Yes, I do.
And this is a 2-page document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this is a report from NMS Labs, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've seen this report before?
I have.
You're familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
And this report is true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
You believe your lab's information is good, right?
I am not involved in the drug chemistry section of the laboratory at all, so I am not involved in the testing or the production of this lab report.
would that be the same for any of the lab reports that we've been talking about in this case?
No, just for this one. That came from the drug chemistry section of the laboratory, not the toxicology
Okay.
testing section.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move for admission of 536 and request to publish.
Exhibit 536 is received. Request to publish granted.
Well, we're looking at here is a report from from the NMS labs, right?
Yes.
Related to Lynn Hernan. Do you see that? The
Yes.
name? I'm scrolling down a little. And your lab received a colorless plastic container with a white lid containing multicolored solid materials.
That is what it says on this report, yes.
Oh, and I think it may not be on the screens yet. Sorry, I moved ahead a little. Okay, I forget about that delay. So in the case of Lynn Hernan, we heard from the medical examiner that some substances were gathered up and sent to your lab. Would that be what is reflected here?
I cannot speak to that. I am not involved in the section of the laboratory that performed this testing.
Were you aware that this happened in the case?
I became aware when I was made aware that this report existed, yes.
Okay, so you know about this.
I know that a report was generated from material was submitted. I know nothing about how it was received or collected or anything.
Okay. And this was, whatever was received at your lab was tested by the lab, and results were put into this report. True?
Yes.
And what was found in the sample?
The substance that was tested contained acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, triamterene.
Okay, and that's a diuretic, that last one, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you did the original testing on Lynn's blood, you wouldn't have tested for that. That wouldn't have been part of your original panel, would it have?
Yes, it was part of the original panel.
Okay. And were all of these drugs that are on here part of the original panel?
Yes.
And the drugs that are found here mirror the drugs that were found in Lynn's blood sample, true?
There are some similarities.
And we can take this exhibit down. I'm showing you what has been previously been introduced as Exhibit 35. Do you see that in front of you?
There's nothing on my screen right now.
I'm not sure.
There it is.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the state introduced this as Exhibit 35. Do you see the number there?
I do.
Okay, and this is the lab report involving the testing of Lynn's iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is, I guess, what you would call the final report.
Yes, this is the final toxicology report.
Was there another report after
There was
this?
that drug chemistry report that we were just looking at.
Okay. This is the final toxicology report.
That is correct.
Now, you put the lab, when they tested her blood, they gave results for everything they found in her. Is that right? Any compound they found in her that at least reached a threshold level in your testing equipment was listed here.
That is correct.
And so as we look at this list, these are all the drugs that were found in Lynn Hernan, right?
That is correct.
Including baclofen, ropinirole, triamterene, alprazolam, hydrocodone, nifedipine, tetrahydrozoline, cyclobenzapine, baclofen. Is that right?
Those are some of the drugs that are listed, yes.
Now, when we talk about drug toxicity, that refers to the level of damage that a compound can cause, right?
I don't know if I would describe it as the level of damage, but toxicity is referring to the adverse or unwanted effects and potentially harmful effects of drugs.
And the effects depend on the dose that a person took.
That is one factor, yes.
There's several factors, right?
Yes.
Okay, but the dose that a person is taken is one of the factors. It's true?
Yes.
And the taking of a drug compound, it can affect your entire system, like the CNS, the central nervous system.
Certain drugs affect the central nervous system, yes.
Some affect a specific organ, or can affect a certain organ, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree that acute drug toxicity deaths can be called an overdose death?
Yes, I believe so. I believe overdoses can be used to refer to acute drug toxicity. If the person died, you can have acute drug toxicity without a death.
Did Lynn have benzos and opioids in her positive findings?
Yes, she did.
Would you agree with me that people can die from a combination of benzos and opioids?
Depending on the circumstances of the dosing and the combinations, yes, that is possible.
And you know of deaths from you've heard of deaths from a combination of benzos and opioids, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Now, Judge, if we can show, this is already admitted into evidence, so if we can just display Exhibit 35 to the jury.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I have something on the edge that needs to come off. So when you prepare your report, or not you prepare the report, because in this case you didn't prepare the NMS report, right?
I prepared this report.
Okay, you prepared this report.
Yes.
Even though you hadn't done the testing yourself?
It is my job to prepare the report. The people who do the testing do not prepare reports.
And then as part of preparing this 14-page report, you included pages that explain the different compounds that were found in Lynn Hernan, true?
Those are included in some of our reports. It's depend upon the client. But yes, we often include what we call reference comments.
I don't think I asked, generally I asked in this case, in your 14-page report, in this case, you included pages about the specific compounds that were found in Ms. Hernan, true?
Yes, that is included in this report.
Okay. And you call those reference comments, right?
Yes.
And those explain what the possible consequences can be from the use of, or the ingestion of certain drugs, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, we see arsenic first, but this is just organic arsenic. There's no concern with this level of arsenic. And Lynn, true?
To the best of my knowledge, there was no concern about this arsenic concentration. It can be from just environmental exposure.
That's right, including from eating food.
Correct.
Okay. So the first drug that I'd like to draw your attention to is baclofen. And if I go to your page 5, I can see that number 9 talks about baclofen. Is that how we would look it up?
Yes, the reference comment number 9 is referring to baclofen in iliac blood.
And according to the information that you provided to us, the adverse effects of baclofen overdose may include vomiting, drowsiness, seizures, and death. Is that true?
That is what is in the reference comment, yes.
And Lynn's level was 1.1. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have toxic blood concentrations from 1.1 to 3.5. True?
That is what it says, yes. That is what's in there.
Well, and you prepared this report, right?
I prepared the report. I did not write this reference comment. But I agree with the reference comment.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It's correct.
It is correct, yes.
All right. And when we look at page 1, we see with respect to ropenolol, is that how you say that?
That is how I pronounce it, yes.
We can look at page 7 of your report to see what you have to say about that drug. Here we go, page 7. Ropenolol, do you see that, number 23?
Yes,
And there are also adverse effects, potentially, from this drug, including nausea, somnolence, insomnia, dizziness, hallucinations, tremors. Is that true?
that is true.
And you have also in Lynn's positive findings, alprazolam. Do you see that one listed?
Yes, I do.
And when we look at page 4 of your reference materials that you provided, here's 4. Would we look at number we'd look at number 5 on here, right? Because it's the iliac blood.
That is correct, yes.
Because you sometimes list a drug more than once, like you have number 5, alprazolam, the blood, alprazolam, the gastric fluid, and alprazolam from the liver.
Yes, there's a reference comment for each one.
And that's because you found the alprazolam in all 3 of those places.
That is correct.
Okay, it was in her liver tissue.
Yes, alprazolam was detected in liver tissue.
Okay. And when we look at your footnote or reference comment number 5, you note that it is a DEA Schedule 4 benzo, is that right?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean, DEA Schedule 4?
The Drug Enforcement Administration, I think that's administration agency. I think it's administration, schedules drugs based on their use and pharmacology. So Schedule 4 is, I believe it goes down to Schedule 5 is the lowest schedule. So this means it's a commonly prescribed medication that has some potential for misuse.
Well, all drugs have a potential for misuse, don't they?
The DEA is specifically saying, like, that's what Schedule 4 means. But yes, I imagine they all have the potential for it.
But that's where the DEA says that we've seen that this drug has been misused.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree that in combination with other drugs, other central nervous system drugs, it can be toxic at low concentrations.
Yes, that is correct.
And then on your first page of the exhibit, I see hydrocodone free. Well, you have it listed in there twice. You have dihydrocodone and then hydrocodone. Those are different, right?
Yes, they are different.
So hydrocodone, that was in her system. And if we then go to page 6 of your report, we can see the reference to that particular drug. Do you see that on your screen at number 17?
Yes, I do.
Now this one is a DEA Schedule 2 narcotic and analgesic.
That is correct.
So more dangerous of misuse than the Schedule 4?
Yes, that is what the scheduling refers to, both the effects of the drug and its risk of misuse.
And it indicates that, you indicate when you put this together that the compound is reported to be highly addictive.
Yes, that is, there are reports of that, yes.
And in your last sentence in that paragraph, you indicate that it's more toxic than codeine. In overdose, it produces the same manifestations as other opiates, including drowsiness, sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death. Is that right?
Yes.
Also, on page 1, another substance in Lynn Hernan was nifedipine. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I see that you have a reference about nifedipine. And you put this together so you can, so that people who are receiving these drug results have a little more information about the dangers of the drugs, or what important information that they might need, right?
Yes, it's there to aid in interpretation.
Because that's something you might know more about, but maybe a person who's requested the lab to run a test might not have as much knowledge as you would as a toxicologist.
That is correct.
So in nifedipine, you indicate that this is a channel blocker, is that right?
It is a calcium channel blocker, yes.
And it also has side effects, is that right?
Yes.
Vertigo, headaches, weakness, is that right?
Yes.
And there were 2 fatalities at 150 ng, right?
That is correct.
Lynn didn't have that level, she was at 22, right?
I believe that was the concentration, yes.
But you don't know in the 2 fatalities what else those particular people might have had in their blood in conjunction with the nifedipine, true?
I do not. I would have to look at the paper.
Okay. We can't find it on here, at least I couldn't find it.
Correct.
Is
It's
that-
not on this report.
All right, just a minute, I lost my mouse again, there we go. I'll go back to page 1, just a couple more I want to talk about, not everything on here. Cyclobenzapine, do you see that on here?
Yes.
Is that when we talk about benzos, is that what that is?
No.
No. Which ones on here are the benzos?
The alprazolam.
Okay. Cyclobenzapine, we can look at page 5. There we go. And we would look at number 12, is that true?
Yes.
It acts on the central nervous system, apparently, is that right?
Yes.
Relaxes muscles?
It is used as a muscle relaxant, yes.
Like if you have a bad back or something, might you be prescribed that?
I believe that is one of the indications, yes.
It says its mechanism of action is not well understood. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So mechanism of action refers to how a drug causes its effects. And for a lot of drugs, we know very much about how that happens. But for other drugs, it hasn't been well established from studies yet. So there's continuing research to see what receptor, and that's something in the brain that the drug acts on, and what chemical effects happen so the drug can have its effect.
Okay. And this, if you have an overdose of cyclobenzapine, apparently some of the side effects are drowsiness, tachycardia, nausea, paresthesia, hypotension, convulsions, cardiac arrhythmias, and coma. Is that true?
That is correct.
Could take that off the screen, Madam Clerk, please. I would like to show you what, just a witness, please, what the defense has marked as Exhibit 580. Do you see 580 on there on your screen?
Not yet.
Let me know when you can see it. Here's something shows.
I see it.
Do you see the 580?
I do.
I'm showing you a package insert from alprazolam Xanax. Are you familiar with that drug?
I am familiar with the drug, yes.
And can you see at the top, I put it at the top, or I'm highlighting at the top that it's for alprazolam?
Yes.
I sent in the flash drive. It's 580. When you receive drugs at a pharmacy, oftentimes they have a package insert in them, right?
They should always have a package insert in them.
Okay, and that is so that the patient can understand how they should use it, and the proper dosage, and possible side effects, right?
That is correct.
And there are lots of warnings for this drug, would you agree?
There are warnings. I don't know if it's lots compared to other drugs, but there are warnings listed, yes.
Now, do you see the black box that's highlighted with the warning, risks from concomitant use with opioids, abuse, misuse, and addiction,
Yes.
dependence and withdrawal reactions?
Yes, I do.
Can you just look at that yourself and let me know if that is accurate information from your knowledge of the drug?
I'm not involved in writing of the black box warnings, but I have no reason, I agree with what's in this warning. Yeah.
Okay, then with that, Judge, I'd like to publish 580.
I will receive 580,
Thank you, I'm offering 580, thank you.
and permission to publish is granted.
So you use the term black box warning. That's, what does that mean when a particular drug has a black box warning?
I did not use the term black box warning. I'm not quite. I mean, a black box, I can tell you what it is. I just don't recall having mentioned it. So a black box warning is just a highlight of some of the information that prescribers and patients need to be made aware of regarding a drug.
And in the case of alprazolam, also known as Xanax, right? Is that true?
Yes, Xanax is one trade name for the drug alprazolam.
All right. Is it true that, so if they say concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids, is that what we call benzos when we say benzos?
Yes, benzos we often refer to benzodiazepines as just benzos.
Can you read that first sentence in that warning, starting with the concomitant use?
Concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids may result in profound sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death.
Okay. We can take that exhibit down. Can the witness see the next exhibit, Madam Clerk? I'm showing you, do you see a sticker 578? I'm showing 578 now.
I do.
I'm going to go to the top. Do you see over in the left by the by that scanning bar over on the left underneath that this is for baclofen tablets?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at the pack. Would you agree this looks like a package insert for baclofen?
It's either a package insert or provider prescription, provider information. There's two different forms that come with prescription drugs. So I don't know if this is the package insert or the provider information. They typically contain the same general information.
And again, this this information, it tells the patient how much they should take, how it should be used, and what potential complications can be from the drug, right?
The package insert doesn't tell a patient how much to take. The prescriber tells the patient how much to take. But yes, this includes information on doses that are available, the type of pills that are available. It's a little bit of information on its pharmacology and potential adverse effects.
Move for admission of 578.
No objection.
Exhibit 578 is received.
Request to publish.
Granted.
So overdose signs and symptoms over on the right, overdosage, I guess is what it's called. Do you see where I have my mouse sort of highlighting right over there?
Yes.
What are the signs and symptoms of overdosage?
Vomiting, muscular hypotonia, drowsiness, accommodation disorders, coma, respiratory depression, and seizures.
Okay, we can take this down. Now, when we talk about possible side effects with respect to compounds, somebody could have one of the side effects. If there's 10 possible side effects listed, but somebody could have all 10 or 8 or 4 or 2 or 1.
Or 0,
none.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So when they list the possible ones, it doesn't, if you're having an adverse reaction to the drug, it could just be that you have one of those adverse possibilities present in your own body.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, you indicated earlier that you were originally contacted because you were the on-duty person, so your office got a call from our medical examiner here, and because you were the on-duty person, you handled the call. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I'm showing what's marked as Exhibit 562. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
This is an NMS communication history report, is that right?
That is correct.
And does that tell us the communication between your lab and, for this case, between your lab and other people?
That is correct.
And this is been marked as 562. Do you see that, 562 there?
Yes,
And it looks to be 2 pages. Would you agree with that?
that is correct.
Okay, I would like to move for admission, Your Honor, of 562.
No objection to admission. I do object to being published.
I'd like to publish, so I'd like to be heard about that.
It's hearsay.
It's a report in the normal course of business. It's a business record.
You're not offering it for the truth of the matter then, just as
This is
to
a business
why
record.
perhaps this witness did something with information she was given?
That's right.
All right, 562 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Before I go through it in great detail, just a couple of questions. Who hired you in this case? Don't look at the exhibit right now. Just, who's you?
Put it down for a second.
Sure, put
No,
it
that's,
down.
I mean, I can not look at it. Nobody hired me.
Okay. How about your lab?
The original client in the for the lab was the medical examiner's office.
The original client was a medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Has that changed?
They are still the client for the toxicology report. At some point, the district attorney's office contacted the laboratory and retained NMS and myself as a representative of NMS to talk about this matter.
So do you have two clients in this case? You have the medical examiner's office and the district attorney, they're both your client?
Yes.
Okay. And is testifying here today part of your regular salary that you receive through NMS?
Yes, it's just my regular salary.
Okay. And you said that when you testify, somebody observes you. Is somebody here observing you from NMS Labs?
No, they did not send someone with me to observe this stuff. It only happens once every couple of years at most. It's not like every time we testify.
I see. And do you know what the medical examiner has paid your office?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the district attorney's office has paid your office?
No, I do not.
You don't have that information?
I don't even know how to access that. I maybe know where to find a report with that information, but it's not something I look at. It's not my job.
So you don't have a fee schedule or anything like that that we could see?
A fee schedule exists. I don't have it.
So it's fair to say that your lab is being paid some money from the district attorney's office to testify,
Yes.
but you just don't know how much it is.
I don't know how much they're being paid, no.
Would you agree with me, I'll put the exhibit up, Your Honor, of 562. We look at page 2 of 562. Would you agree with me, can you see it?
I can,
on your screen?
yes.
Okay, great. 72822, or 72919. We're going back in time. You were asked by Dr. Bazirski here in Waukesha to add arsenic testing.
Yes.
She didn't ask you to speciate it in any way, did she? To determine whether it was like organic or not?
No, she did not.
Okay. And then on 7/28/22, you received a call from Randy Sitzberger of the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And he wanted to speak with you regarding your tox report.
Yes.
And have you met Mr. Sitzberger since you've been in town?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so he's at the state table, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to get authorization from Dr. B before you would speak with him?
Yes, we get authorization from our client before we speak to anyone about their case.
And then she gave you that permission, is that true?
That is correct.
And he wanted to, at least they were looking for an expert opinion, is that right?
Yes.
And then it looks like you received additional documents from the district attorney's office to review, is that right?
That is correct.
What additional documents, is that the ones you listed in that letter, the criminal complaint and the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, did they send you anything else?
At that time, no, there was no additional documents.
Later on, did they send you something else?
Yes, I've received additional documents over time regarding this case.
Like what?
I received an opinion written by Henry Spiller. I received the report written by another medical examiner. I apologize, I don't recall the name.
Okay.
Those are the two I can remember off the top of my head. I would need to look in our log to see what other documents were received.
All right. And once the medical examiner gave you authority to speak with Randy Sitzberger at the DA's office, did their office then become a client?
Yes.
So then you were able to have three-way conversations between your lab, the DA's office, and the medical examiner to talk about the case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that happened, right?
Yes, it did.
I see a note from 12/2/22. Do you see that one?
Yes.
It looks to me from that note, at the end of that note, that you were going to provide information on a fee schedule. with a breakdown of additional testimony expenses. Is that right?
That was not me,
That was somebody
but
else?
that was someone else at NMS Labs who
All right.
made that note.
Would you agree with me that while this case was pending, you got additional requests from Waukesha's medical examiner to add additional testing?
Yes.
Did you make those suggestions to the medical examiner?
I don't recall specifically. I had consultations where we discussed what testing was available. I don't remember if I specifically suggested any test or if just during those phone calls and discussing the case, we came to the decision that it would be useful information.
When you said that Waukesha's medical examiner requested the normal panel initially,
That is correct.
and you said that panel includes THC testing.
Yes, it does.
I want to be clear, the medical examiner didn't say to you, please test for THC.
No, she did not. The request was just to run our expanded postmortem panel.
And since when has your NMS Labs been testing for THC?
I have data back to 2010. I don't recall when it was added to particular panels, and if testing existed before 2010.
Well, testing may have existed. When did it get added to your regular panel?
I don't know.
All right. Can I take this exhibit down? When you this morning showed your opinion letter, Exhibit 48, you agreed that you can't tell the amount of tetrahydrozoline that was ingested by Lynn Hernan, true?
That is correct.
And you don't know when she ingested it,
No, I do not.
and you don't know how she ingested it.
Just that it was an oral exposure.
You don't know if she what she might have put it in, or if she even put it in anything, right?
There's no way toxicology could tell you that, no.
And you said that you received, or that you took her stomach contents and you determined that there was 5 milliliters of THC in her stomach contents, right?
5 milliliters of the Visine solution, yes.
Of the tetrahydrozoline, right?
It's tetrahydrozoline hydrochloride in the Visine solution, and other stuff. There's other stuff in Visine, like the liquid. So 5 milliliters of Visine.
5 milliliters of Visine. Does it mean 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline?
It means 5 milliliters. You know what? I would need to look at the report. I can't remember what conversion I did there. I believe it's 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline HCl solution, of 0.05% solution.
Which would not be the same as how much just tetrahydrozoline is in her, true?
Well, no, that would be a weight, not a volume.
5 milliliters is a teaspoon, is that right?
It's about a teaspoon, yes.
It's a third of a bottle, right?
Of a standard, yeah, I believe Visine comes as a 15 milliliter bottle.
Right. So that would be a third of a bottle,
Yes.
1 teaspoon.
Yes, that is correct.
And so as you sit here, I want to be clear, you don't know when Lynn took the Visine.
No, I do not.
You don't know if she mixed it with anything.
No, I do not.
When you talk about the amount in her stomach, in her gastric contents that were sent, were the entirety of the gastric contents sent to your lab?
No.
Oh, just a little bit of it?
The volume is listed on the report, so yes, a portion of it was sent.
So when you say that there was, in your report, that her stomach contents contained 300 ml of an tan opaque liquid, you actually don't personally know that?
That came from the medical examiner report.
I see. what I want to be clear about is your lab didn't receive 300 milliliters.
No, they did not.
You received a little cup.
I didn't see what was received, but yeah, typically it would come in like a urine cup that you would give a urine sample at the doctor's in. That's typically what's used to submit gastric fluid.
You don't know on that 300 milliliters that was at the ME's office if it was mixed up and shaken and definitely evenly distributed before a sample was taken and sent to you, do you?
I do not.
Because you made an assumption that the drugs that you're going to find or that you found were equally distributed within the 300 ml.
Yes, I made that assumption.
But you don't have any actual knowledge of that.
I do not.
Did you ask Dr. B how if she mixed them?
I don't believe I did.
When you prepare this opinion letter, and I'm going to bring this up, it's already been admitted as Exhibit 48. 1 minute, please. Close this. Okay, this is already in evidence, so Madam Clerk, I ask to have this on everyone's screen.
That's 48, right?
Yes, yes, Judge.
Thank you.
We have a little delay in the courtroom while we wait for things to appear on the jury screens. That's why
No problem.
Okay, it's on their screen. This is that opinion letter that you spoke about earlier this morning, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And when I scroll to the very bottom of this report, I see to date, at least when you wrote this report, October 21st of 22, there are no reports of tetrahydrozoline overdose resulting in death in the scientific literature. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Thanks, Judge. If we could please publish the same screen.
Sure. I guess that was premature in turning that off.
Doctor, can you read the next line from that paragraph, please?
A review of internal NMS data revealed multiple cases where the cause of death was ultimately determined to be tetrahydrozoline overdose.
Great, thank you. That can come down. So I just want to ask you a few things to clarify, Dr. Kacinko. The exhibit that we went through, 217, that we paged through with the jury with the redacted patient name, do you recall that exhibit?
Yes.
Do you remember it being suggested that Attorney Kukler has never seen this before until today?
I
Object. That's mischaracterization.
I don't think it is.
It is.
The state may ask the question based on my recollection of how it was phrased earlier.
Would you agree with the suggestion that Attorney Kukler has never seen this document before today?
I don't know if she has or not.
Why did you make Exhibit 217?
It was requested by the defense.
And who is the defense attorneys in this case?
I apologize. I've heard your name multiple times, so I'm afraid I'll butcher it if I try to pronounce it. But the attorney who has been questioning me.
Judge, the state did prepare a new exhibit based on this line of questioning that I'd like to just show the witness. It's Exhibit 218.
Has this been provided to us?
Nope.
This is a rebuttal witness? I mean, a rebuttal exhibit?
Correct.
Do you have a copy for the court?
Like a copy as well.
Right. You can hand that to Madam Clerk, please.
Dr. Kacinko, do you recognize Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a letter that I drafted in response to a request for documents from Donna Kukler and at Kukler and Cotton SC.
Did you sign this letter?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the letter that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 218 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 218 is received.
Does that letter remind you of the specific date that Attorney Kukler asked you for this information that's contained in Exhibit 217?
Yes, it does.
What's that date?
Object and
Overruled.
sidebar.
Overruled.
What's that date?
January 18th, 2023.
January 18th, 2023 was the request?
That is when we received the request from your office. I don't know when they requested it from your office. The
Okay.
request came through your office.
Does this letter indicate when you sent the response out, including Exhibit 217?
January 26th, 2023.
And that response was in response to the request made by Attorney Kukler.
That's my understanding. The request came through the district attorney's office, but it was a request from the defense attorney's office for these documents.
So these documents were provided to both parties way back in January. Is that fair?
I can say that we provided the documents to the district attorney's office. I do not know how those documents then got to the defense attorney's office.
Okay. You were asked some questions about a case, a poisoning case from Aurora, Colorado. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And in fact, were you able to hear some of those questions being asked yesterday of Dr. Budritsky?
Yes.
Do you follow that case?
I've been following it in the media. Like I said, it's a high profile case that was tested at NMS Labs, so there's internal discussion about cases. And I've been following the media like a lot of people.
Okay. Do you recall it being suggested that the victim in that case actually died from a cyanide poisoning?
Yes.
And that happened yesterday?
Yes.
And there was a discussion that the husband had a failed attempt with eye drops and then used cyanide in the hospital. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, that is my recollection of yesterday's testimony.
Is cyanide poisoning been reported as a cause of death for that victim?
There are media reports regarding the coroner's testimony in a preliminary trial where the cause of death was mentioned.
Did it include tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about our office being a client of yours. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you were even showed the entire communication log that your office keeps in this case. Is that right?
That was the communication log through the end of, I believe, 2022 that was generated for the request. There would be additional documentation in that log now because additional communication has happened since then.
Do you know whether you finalized the toxicology in this case before you had any discussions with our office?
Yes, I did.
Did anything that we talked about or Dr. Budritsky talked to you about cause you to change the toxicology results in this case?
No.
The defense walked you through your report that states Exhibit 35, and that's the toxicology in this case, and asked you multiple questions about specific substances. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a lot of discussion about what toxic levels are for those substances. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If someone has a toxic level of a substance, does it mean that they're going to die?
No.
Is toxic and fatal different things?
Yes.
When you signed this report, States Exhibit 35, Did you compare those reference notes included with Ms. Hernan's results in this case?
Not at the time I signed the report, no.
Have you since?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the reference notes in that report include fatal levels for all these substances except tetrahydrozoline?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know whether Ms. Hernan had any level consistent with a fatal level as reported in those reference notes?
None of the individual drug concentrations are consistent with what has been reported in fatalities.
You were asked some questions about the calculation that you did regarding what was in Ms. Hernan's stomach. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
If there is a compound or a substance in someone's stomach, has it been absorbed into the blood yet?
No, it has not.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
One last question.
If it's on Exhibit 218, you may. Otherwise, you may not.
It is on.
218 is the additional exhibit that was received. It's the letter. If that's what it's on, you may. If not under 90611, you may not.
It's not on that exhibit.
All right, then, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'd ask the doctor to be released from her subpoena, which I believe is just from our office.
All right, and Dr. Kacinko, you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, the statement called its next witness.
The state by Attorney Sitzberger is going to call Koreen Pozza.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Pozza. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up to the front of the courtroom. There is a riser. Please come up on that riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Koreen Pozza, Koreen. My last name is Pozza, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Pozza, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Ms. Pozza, what is it you do for a living?
I work at a financial,
In what capacity? What kind of work do you do?
so I do administrative work.
Okay. And let's cut right to the chase. You're here because you knew Lynn Hernan, is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us, how long did you know Lynn Hernan?
I probably have known Lynn about 35 years.
And how did you first meet Lynn Hernan?
I met Lynn through my brother and some of his friends at the time that we met. They were working at a bar years and years ago doing security, and I met her there.
Can you put a rough estimate on how many years ago?
That would probably have been about 35-ish years ago.
Okay. So sometime in the 80s, it sounds like.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Pozza, do you know what kind of work Lynn did when you met her?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was a hairstylist. She did hair.
Did she work for
She-
a company? I'm sorry, let me just ask. Did she work for a company, or was she kind of doing her own thing out of her house? What sort of...
I don't recall at that time if she was working for a specific salon or if she was working on her own.
Okay. Did there come a time where she worked on her own as a hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years do you think she did that?
I think what I remember is that was really kind of on and off. Sometimes she worked at a salon, and then sometimes she just worked on her own. So,
Okay. And you said you knew her for about 35 years through your brother, correct?
Right.
Who was your brother that you met her through?
Keith Lang.
And as you got to know her, would you and her hang out socially?
Yes,
And how often would you say you did that?
a lot. We hung out, the whole group of us hung out together a lot. They both also worked, they had their other jobs, but they also worked at a bar that we liked to go to. So we'd hang out there in those early days. And then after I got married and started a family, we still hung out all the time. She come over, she took a massive love for my son and just always wanted to be around us, said we were her family, that she didn't, have kids of her own or was married. So she had a ton of fun just hanging out with us, not in so much the party scene, but more in a family scene.
Sure. So less going out to the bars, maybe kind of going to each other's homes.
Right,
Okay. Now you said that was sort of in the early days, you hung out all the time, right?
right.
And are you talking multiple times a week, multiple times a month? Kind of put a time frame on it.
Probably multiple times a month.
Okay. Did that stay consistent sort of from those early days as you progressed into having a family of your own?
Yes. I was always having parties for my son, and she was the first one there, first one wanting to make food. She loved to cook. So she would come over with tons of things that she'd made, tons of things for him.
And when was your son born that you've been referencing?
He was born in September of 1997.
Okay, and what is his name?
Anthony Pozza.
Okay. Now, you said that Lynn never started a family of her own, no kids, correct?
Correct.
And she took an interest in Anthony then?
Right.
How was that relationship? How would you describe it?
They were very close. I mean, she and I were close, and she always wanted to know how he was. I mean, from birth on up to his adulthood, she just treated him really like family. He always called her Auntie Linny. There wasn't one little tiny holiday that went by that she wasn't showering him with gifts and cards and food and what you name it. It was just like having, that special aunt or another mom or whatever. She just did a lot of things for him that just showed me, really how much she loved him. Not just that things make you love somebody, but she just always went above and beyond and was always thinking about him and about us.
So you said Lynn was a hairdresser and worked at a bar here and there, correct?
Correct. Any
Any other jobs that she had that you knew of?
The hairdressing and the bartending was the only thing I knew of.
Okay. And you said basically every holiday that came, every birthday, significant life event, she was giving Anthony gifts and things like that, right?
Right.
Was Lynn a person you knew to come from a lot of money?
No.
Did she have a lot of money?
No.
So when you say she was buying Anthony gifts, what kind of gifts was she giving him?
Well, when they're little, when kids are little, they don't. It could be any little thing, Hot Wheel cars, Lego, whatever. But she was all what I have known about her whole life is that she was really kind of the queen of bargains. She loved to shop rummage sales and estate sales and thrift stores. She even would pick things up off the side of the road, refinish them, make beautiful pieces of furniture, fix things up. So on occasions there were gifts like that, but as he got older, it was maybe some things like that. But when he was smaller, I think you can entertain a kid with very inexpensive things. And he loved that just as much because he just, loved being with her, so.
Okay. So small things, and then if I understand, as Anthony got older, maybe she was sort of refurbishing things or making things from these thrift stores and things like that.
That and things that she had, maybe that she had that he liked. They had a similar passion for different kinds of movies, and if she had a poster or something in her house and he admired it, she'd be like, well, then you should take that, you should have that in your room. So he, sometimes he'd take that or whatever just to enjoy, what they had shared in common.
Okay. As Anthony started to get older, did Lynn ever, just lavish him with thousands of dollars of cash or anything like that you knew of?
No.
Was she writing him checks to that effect?
No.
Was she putting $100 bills in birthday cards?
No.
Okay. So that's Anthony. Did she do the same for you on birthdays and things like that? As far as gifts or recognizing your birthday, things like that?
Oh, sure.
And how did she recognize it?
Well, she knew kind of what my whole family loved as far as like baked treats, things like that. So she'd make my favorite things like Rice Krispie bars, and she'd bring stuff like that over. Or she and I had a passion for shoes. Sometimes she would, had shoes. She and I wore the same size shoes, so sometimes she would give me a pair of her shoes, like just whatever like she would find. She just would find things. Again, probably thrift stores, rummage sales, things like that.
Did you ever go thrift store shopping with her, for example?
Oh, sure.
And you said that was sort of the constant. Was that up until her death in October of 2018 that you maintained that level of contact with Lynn?
I would say probably the last year of her life, I didn't have as much contact with her. There were times that I would call her and say, hey, I'm in the area, I'm going to stop by and say hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. And she would tell me not to come, that she was not feeling well. So up until that time, I mean, I have St. Patrick's Day was always a big, big deal in my family, and she loved that as well. And so the 2017, she came out for St. Patrick's Day with a whole group of us and had a ton of fun. And so it was probably sometime shortly after that I wasn't seeing her as much. Talked to her a little bit, trying to kind of connect with her, but she was not. She would just tell me she was not feeling well.
Okay, so that would have been about March of 2017 until her death in October of 2018.
That's probably roughly. It might have been after the St. Patrick's Day when we were out, but yes, it was probably some in that time.
Okay.
Frame.
And am I understanding that's sort of when the coming to each other's homes and sharing personal time in person together stopped?
Right.
You still talk to her by phone though?
Mm-hmm. Not as frequently because she just sometimes maybe she wouldn't answer the phone, and I would just think that maybe she wasn't feeling good still, and then sometimes she would call me back, if she was feeling well.
Okay. And she would tell you that she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was taking steps to try and address her not feeling well?
I don't know if she told me that she took steps. I think I, out of, caring and worrying, was like trying to help her understand, we could go to a specialist or go to a doctor if she had certain, whatever it was that was bothering her. And, she just said, oh, no, I've already done that. And so, I just kind of left it alone and just thought maybe she wanted to be private about it.
Okay. In those phone conversations, though, when you and Lynn were discussing her health problems that last year and a half or so, did you ever get the feeling that Lynn was just giving up?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think she just felt like she wanted to get better. I mean, how it was presented to me was like, let me just, get myself better and we'll connect. So I didn't feel that.
So there are plans for the future to hang out again.
Right.
Did you ever get off the phone with Lynn one time and say, boy, I'm worried that she's going to commit suicide?
Oh, no.
Not once?
No.
Did you talk to her by phone pretty regularly up until that October 3rd, 2018 date?
I'm not sure if I would say regularly, like as in weekly or anything like that. I know from February when I had seen her up till October, we had, I would say, minimal conversations, again, going back to her either, her calling and talking for just one real quick minute, and then she'd have to go because she didn't feel well, or my calling and her saying I can't talk, or just her not answering.
In all that time, did you ever send Lynn an email to see how she's doing?
Email? No,
Yes.
Lynn didn't have an email.
Didn't have an email.
No.
Did you go on Facebook and try to send her a message on Facebook?
Lynn was not even a little bit technical. She didn't want to have anything to do with any of it. She had a flip phone. She was always looking at my phone because I'd have a lot of pictures of Anthony, and she'd point out the ones she wanted, and then she'd tell me to print them, and she'd go pick them up. And I remember one time saying to her, I could show you like that. I could still send probably these pictures. You might still be able to see them on your flip phone. And she was like, I don't know. This is an emergency phone. I don't want it for nothing but that. And we just giggled because we thought it was funny. And I know that, I know one of the salons that she worked at, there was a computer that she was required to use for like scheduling appointments, where previously she had always done her scheduling in like in an appointment book, handwriting. And when she had to do it in this computer, she was fit to be tied and didn't want to learn it. And so she wanted to have nothing to do with any of that. She did not have an email. She did not have anything on social media. And we communicated via phone. And that was usually her house phone.
Oh, so she still had a landline?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did she have a computer at all?
No,
Did she have a laptop hidden away somewhere?
no.
When you would show her photos on your phone, were you able to just kind of hand over your phone and she could go from there and look at photos?
No, I would show her the photos, and then, if she wanted to look at a group of photos, I would tell her, you can swipe, or I can like make it so you can see a whole bunch at one time. And then she would look at it. She would like not even want to hold the phone because she just didn't know what to do with it. So I would just show her one by one a lot of the photos, and they were 9 out of 10 times of Anthony, or Anthony with one of her cats, or just, Anthony put his sunglasses on her cat, and we took a picture. She wanted that. So she would just tell me what she wanted, and then I would print it at Walgreens from my phone, and then she would go pick it up.
Okay, so she didn't even know how to scroll through photos on a smartphone.
No.
And she was the one person still using 1 hour photo, basically.
Right.
Okay. Now, in all this time that you were just communicating with Lynn through that landline at her house, do you know if Anthony was still seeing her?
Anthony would go to see her if he was in the area. And when Anthony started college, he started out at UW Waukesha, and that was quite close to her condo. And so there were many times he would just go over there in between his classes and just hang out with her and visit her.
Okay, and was that during that time frame where you maybe weren't seeing her in person yourself, but still in communication with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time that you and Lynn had some sort of falling out or a feud that you thought she was mad at you for?
Never.
And you said she would send birthday cards or come over in person and give birthday treats and cards and things like that?
Mm-hmm. She didn't miss a beat, ever.
Was that true on your birthday in 2018?
In 2018, oh boy. I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I remember seeing her in probably February of 2018. I believe Anthony and I had gone over there to deliver the Christmas present because we hadn't seen her. She had delivered a whole bunch of stuff to our back porch, and we didn't get to see her. And then it just, life happens, and all of a sudden it was February, like, we got to get over by Auntie Lenny. We got all this stuff for her, and, drop that off. So it was sometime in February that I saw her. But as far as did I receive a gift or a card, I want to say yes, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and just the witness, please, Madam Clerk, Exhibit 49, please. There's a screen in front of you. Just let me know. I think I see a light. Is that up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Vulcanier could just scroll through the 4 pages, please. All right. And back to page 1, please. Ms. Pozza, did you have a chance to look through those 4 pages?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are?
Those are birthday wishes.
And birthday wishes to whom, ma'am?
To me.
And who are they from?
They're from Lynn. Linny. She called me Koreen. I called her Linny.
And Ms. Pozza, if you do need some, there's water in front of you and there's
Thank you.
tissues in front of you too, okay?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Pozza, I want to start with page 1. There's quite a bit of writing from Lynn in those cards, isn't there?
Yes.
Any one of them describing any falling out or anything like that?
No.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 49 into evidence, please.
Objection,
I'd also ask to publish it.
objection.
Did you say objection?
No,
Oh, thank
objection,
you.
Judge.
All right, Exhibit 49 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And Mr. Vulcan, if you could go to page 2, please. Is it up on the juror screens? Oh, it's going fast today, great. Now, Ms. Pozza, if you could just look at the writing from Lynn, not the pre-printed message on the card. Towards the middle lower section, what is Lynn writing to you, referencing Christmas, it looks like?
I'm sorry, may you repeat the question that you just asked me? I was reading.
Sure. Do you see a reference to Lynn thanking you for a Christmas in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what she was referencing there in that card?
I really don't remember. Maybe we got together. Maybe she came over. I don't remember. I'll be honest.
Is that sort of like you were describing earlier, where sometimes life happens, but you would still get together with Lynn
Correct.
at some point for Christmas?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. And if you want to take a chance to just sort of read through this one as well, let me know when you've had a chance to read through it, please. Have you had a chance to look
Yes.
at that? Okay. In fact, in that card, Ms. Hernan was referencing how you and your family were her adopted family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 4, please. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes. Sorry for me to read. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Something made you laugh when you first started reading. Is that true?
Yes.
What was that?
The shoes. She said shoes, what shoes? Because she and I had a crazy passion for shoes, and we just were always buying shoes and comparing shoes and telling each other about the new shoes we bought.
And in fact, right after that line, she says, I will never forget February 4th, right?
Right.
What's the significance of February 4th?
That's my birthday.
Okay. So these are 4 birthday cards sent over multiple years, true?
Correct.
So if somebody were to claim that you stopped caring about Lynn at some point and just didn't care about her towards the end, would you agree with that?
No.
Now, moving on, you know your son Anthony Pozza was named as a beneficiary to Lynn's will, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in 2018, specifically October, how old was Anthony?
21.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he have any experience with wills and estates and things of that nature?
I think that I took care of my parents for 13 years before they both passed, and that would have been the experience that he had. He wasn't part of dealing with anything financially with my parents, but he lives with me, so he saw all the things that I was doing.
Okay. Did he at times come to you and ask you questions about the process of being a beneficiary in an estate of Lynn's?
Did he ask me about that? No.
Okay. He never came to you and said, what do you think about all this, or am I doing the right thing, or anything like that?
Do you mean after, at any time, or just in particular? I guess I don't remember him really asking me anything. He always, Lynn would say things to him during their visits, and he shared that with me, so I wasn't in on those conversations personally, but she would have a tendency to tell him where certain things were in her home and just things like that, and he would just, and if anything ever happened, you take this, I know you would appreciate this, whatever.
Okay.
And his remarks would just always be like, I just want you to be here and not talk about that, like we're family, and so.
Understood. Let me ask you this way. After Lynn's death, on October 3rd, Anthony found out he was a beneficiary, correct?
Oh, yes.
And there is a whole legal process to that, is that true?
Correct.
And during that time frame, after Lynn was gone,
Okay.
did he come to you and ask you questions about that legal process?
I know that we talked about it. I know that, that he had been told on numerous occasions about just different things prior to Lynn passing away that she wanted him to have, and it was our understanding that she had a will that reflected that. So if I can be specific, I know that she talked on many, many occasions about.
Let me stop you there for a second.
Okay.
Okay. What I more want to get at is, through the legal process that Anthony was going through as a beneficiary of Lynn's estate, did there come a time where you learned of a reported debt of Lynn's?
Well, yes. I mean, it just kind of came to us all. We were provided with like a copy of a will after Lynn had passed away, and we were, looking at that, and,
Hold on, can you repeat the question?
Sure. And what I'm asking is, did there come a time where you and Anthony learned that Lynn was reported to have a lot of debt at the time of her death? Specifically credit card debt?
Yes,
Okay. Did that strike you as unusual knowing Lynn?
yes,
Why?
because she never had any money, and she didn't really have credit cards. She, I think, at one point when she had inherited some money, had gotten a credit card, and she would use, what she told me was that she would use that and then pay it off so she could build credit, because she never had credit in like her whole life.
You said earlier that she was not a woman of great money, right?
Correct,
She would go thrift store shopping, things like that.
correct.
Times you went thrift store shopping with her, would she use credit card, or how would she pay?
Cash or a check. She still wrote checks out.
Okay. Was Lynn somebody that constantly had cash with her?
Not a lot, a little bit, and then she'd have her checkbook.
Okay. In times she didn't have cash, did you ever see her go to an ATM to get cash out?
No.
How would you see Lynn get cash out?
She would go to a bank and take money out.
Okay.
Or she sometimes would write a check out someplace where she could like write it for cash and then get cash that way as well.
Okay. At some point around 2013 or 2014, did you learn of Lynn's mother passing away?
Yes,
And did you learn if Lynn got any inheritance from that?
yes,
And that was from Lynn who told you that?
yes.
And was that a fairly large sum of money to your knowledge?
Lynn never told me an amount of money, just that, that her mother, that she had gotten a nice inheritance, and that, that would help her.
Okay. So that would have been in roughly 2013 or 2014, you think?
Yes,
From that day, 2013 or 2014, up until her death in October of 2018, did you personally witness any of her spending habits change?
her spending habits didn't change in terms of just how she liked to shop. For her, getting a good bargain was kind of a thrill of the chase for her. She loved to be able to get something really cool in her eyes for cheap. But she did explain to me that there were two things that she explained to me that she just had never been able to have or buy her on her own. And she did tell me that she was going to, I believe, get a new vehicle. And she bought a vehicle, and I'm assuming that she paid cash, but
You don't know, to be fair.
so you're correct.
Okay. What was the other big item?
It was a bracelet. It was a piece of jewelry.
Okay. Beyond those two things that you were aware of, did you see her start buying lavish things?
No,
Did she start changing birthdays and Christmas to big, lavish, expensive gifts?
no,
Did she start offering to just give Anthony hundreds or thousands of dollars?
no,
Did she start writing you checks for hundreds or thousands
No.
of dollars? So her spending habits stayed the same despite the nice inheritance she told you about?
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pozza. That's all the questions I have.
Cross. Please.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Pozza, can you hear me?
I can.
Why don't, yeah, we had to turn the microphones off because of the typing on both tables. We'll turn them back on. Do you want the lapel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Pozza, if you can't hear me, just tell me to speak up louder, okay?
For sure.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Now, you,
Okay, hold on. So the typing is interfering. I can hear it.
I'm trying to get an exhibit together.
I know. Move away a little bit from the,
maybe I'll
move the
work.
microphone over or where the lapel. It really
No,
helps.
I'm done, I'm done.
Thanks. Sorry. It was both sides, in all fairness. I had Teresa turn off microphones at both tables, so go ahead. My apologies for the interruption, Attorney Galaviz.
You indicated that you know Lynn for about 30, 35 years?
Correct.
And you met her, while you were at a bar? Or she worked at a bar?
She worked at a bar. I mean, the day that I met her, I actually believe I met her at my brother's apartment.
And that's Keith Lane?
Correct.
They weren't dating, were they?
No,
They were just friends?
correct.
Keith hang around at that bar too?
Yes, he worked there as well.
Oh, they were both bartenders.
No, he was security there.
What's the name of that bar, if you can remember?
It was called Billy's Old Mill.
How long did Lynn work there?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
And she did that and also was a hairstylist?
Correct.
Did you know Jennifer Flower at that time too?
No.
When did you meet Jennifer? Do you know who Jennifer Flower is?
I did meet Jennifer Flower. I believe Jennifer Flower was a resident in an apartment complex that Lynn lived in at one point.
So Lynn lived in an apartment and Jennifer Flower also lived in the same building?
It was the same complex. I couldn't tell if it was the same building.
Do you know when you met Jennifer Flower?
I do not remember when that was.
So if you knew Lynn for 30, 35 years, how long had you known Jennifer Flower?
I had met her when she lived there. I had probably seen her, I don't even think, a handful of times, like throughout my relationship with Lynn or my knowing Lynn. It was if they were together then and I was there, then I would see her.
So when you saw Lynn, you'd see Jennifer Flower?
If she was there, if she was at Lynn's house or by the pool or whatever.
Do you know if when you met her, Jennifer Flower, was your son born at that time?
No.
So you met her even before your son was born?
Correct.
And your son is how old today?
26.
Did you hang around with Jennifer Flower too, or it was just
No,
Lynn?
I did not.
So you just hung around with Lynn?
Correct.
But you would hang around with Lynn when Jennifer Flower was there?
If she was at the house, we would be all together, yes. There was a pool in the complex, so oftentimes I would go by Lynn and we would hang out by her pool, and then sometimes Jennifer would come over.
Yeah, would you, fair to say that Lynn was a very generous person?
Yes,
I mean, she gave Anthony gifts, correct?
correct,
She would give you gifts,
correct.
and she was like that all the time.
All the time,
And as far as you know, she never changed. She was always a generous person.
correct,
If she had it, she gave it to you.
correct.
And did she do that with people that she did not know, or just people that were close to her, as far as you know?
As far as I know, it was her circle of friends and family.
So the closer the person is, the more she's probably going to share that person with gifts, correct?
I think, I don't know if I can say yes or no to that question. She had a passion for certain things, and then she could be very giving, very generous with gifts during special occasions. It wasn't typically like for no reason at all, other than maybe like food things that she made or whatever.
Did she give your brother gifts, Keith?
Yes,
So she would give you gifts, Anthony gifts, Keith gifts. Would she give a person named James Kelliher gifts?
at some point, for sure,
Do you know who James Kelliher is?
yes.
Who's James Kelliher?
That was a boyfriend that she went out with for a long time.
And you say she gave him a gift or gifts for sure. Why are you so positive of that?
Because they dated for many, many years, so Lynn was one to make a very big deal about birthdays and special days like that. She made a big deal about those days. So when I say that I'm referring to specifically like holidays and birthdays, not just for no reason.
As far as you know, holidays and birthdays, but she could be giving people gifts for other reasons, correct?
Sure,
Maybe because she loved them.
right.
But you also indicated that as far as you know, she only gave Anthony like physical gifts and money. Was that the other kind of gift she gave him?
I don't recall her giving him money. I do recall her giving him some gift cards.
Did she ever, send him checks, like if it was his graduation, or?
I don't remember that.
So she could have done it, but you just don't remember.
It's possible.
She could have been giving Anthony gifts of money or checks, but you just don't know about it, correct?
If Anthony was getting gifts that weren't for a special occasion, he would have shared that with me, and no, he never did bring that to my attention.
So your son shares everything with you.
I would say that's fair, yes.
Your son live with you?
He does,
Has he always lived with you?
yes,
You say he's 26?
correct.
And when Lynn's mother died, do you know Lynn's mother's name?
Lorraine,
Did you attend Lorraine's funeral?
I did not.
Did you know Lynn's father's name?
Robert,
Did you attend his funeral?
I did.
When did he die?
I could not recall that date. I do remember my son and I driving up to Madison for the funeral, though.
So Robert, as far as Lynn's father, lived in Madison.
Correct.
When Lynn's mother died, did you help Lynn? Well, strike that. Lynn's mother, Lorraine, and Robert lived together, correct, in Madison?
Correct.
And when her mother died, did you go to Madison to help Lynn clear out the house?
Anthony and I did go up there. I remember one time for sure that we were trying to offer to help bring things back because I had a bigger car and I figured we could help her because she was pretty distressed about all the stuff in the house. And, we were trying to help, but I think she communicated to us that she just will figure it out. And I know during that time she was pretty stressed out by all of that, what had been going on.
So you wanted to help her bring things out of the house, but she told you no?
Right. I said if she needed help moving them back to her place, that we would be happy to help her.
Did she tell you who helped her bring things out of the house?
No.
When Lynn moved into her, when Lynn passed away, she was living in a condo in Pewaukee, correct?
Pewaukee, is that what you said?
Pewaukee,
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Did you help her move into that condo?
No.
Did Anthony help, as far as you know?
I don't recall.
But if he helped you, he would have told you. If he would have helped you, he would have told you, correct?
Right.
And as far as you know, Anthony didn't tell you he helped Lynn move into the condo, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to living in the condo, did Lynn live somewhere else in Waukesha?
Yes, she lived in an apartment building.
Did you and Anthony go visit her then at that
Yeah.
place too?
Yes.
So you and Anthony visited her at the apartment in Waukesha and the condo in Pewaukee.
Correct.
How often did you go visit her at the condo in Pewaukee?
In Pewaukee?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say really as often as she would let us. If she was not feeling well, obviously we just had the respect to say, okay, well, we'll see you soon and get better. And so there were not a lot of times. She didn't live there super long. I know she had. I remember having conversations with her about the place and things that she had to have fixed and different things. But it was not as frequent, just because she would ask us not to come.
Well, approximately how many times, if you could put it in a number?
I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a number.
And you indicated sometimes you wanted to go visit her, but she would say, no, I'm not feeling well.
Correct.
How often did that happen?
In the year, maybe year plus before she passed, that happened pretty frequently.
So in 2017 and 2018, she told you not to come over a lot.
Correct.
And she told you not to come over a lot because she was not feeling well.
That's correct.
And when was the last time you went over there? In 2018?
In 2018,
Yes, ma'am.
it was early in the year, January or February.
And when you went over there in February 2018, was it just you or you and Anthony?
It was myself and Anthony.
Is it safe to say every time you went over there, Anthony went with you?
Often. I mean, I'm sure that I went at times without him, but I knew she always wanted to see him. So if we were in the area or if we were going to be out and about, we do a lot of stuff together. So
And prior to this time, around February 2018, before that, she would tell you not to come over because she's not feeling well, correct?
correct.
And the day you visited her in 2018, what was she like, her demeanor?
In 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
That early. We talked a little bit about, her health, and I tried to offer some suggestions of what she might be able to do to,
So let me stop you there. Why did you talk to her about her health?
because she was always telling me that she was so sick and we couldn't come over and visit.
So even when you went over in February 2018, she's talking about being sick.
Correct.
Did you see anything in the house that would affirm that she's not feeling well?
No,
Did you see a walker or anything like that?
no,
Did you see any prescription bottles laying around?
no,
Did you go into the kitchen and see any prescription bottles?
no,
Did you ever go into her bathroom and see prescription bottles?
no, nothing out that would be out just for anybody to view, no.
Would she let you go into the bathroom? Or did you ever have to go to
I
the
went to the bathroom, yeah, sure, but I didn't go in her drawers or cabinets.
But when you went over there, as far as you can remember, you didn't see any prescription bottles out.
Nothing out, no.
But you remember her complaining about being sick.
Correct.
Did she tell you what she was sick? What was causing her to be sick?
She said she didn't know, and she just would tell me what would happen to her because she's been so sick. And so
What did she tell you was happening to her because she was sick?
she told me she just had really bad stomach problems and she just had diarrhea all the time.
Did you ask her, are you taking anything for this? Are you going to the doctor for this?
I did ask her if she'd been to a doctor because I was going to try to help her find perhaps a stomach doctor, and she said she had already seen somebody, but
Did she tell you it wasn't working with these doctors?
she said nothing seemed to be helping.
Did she appear to be depressed because of that?
And object, that calls for speculation and a medical conclusion.
Lack of foundation, but I think you can ask anything about her appearance that she knew or sound.
How did Lynn appear to you when she was talking about her health?
At that time, she appeared not overly out of the ordinary, maybe a little exhausted, a little tired maybe.
Did she appear to be happy that she was sick?
She wasn't happy that she was sick, but she had a fair demeanor where I wouldn't have thought that she was in despair or anything like that.
Did she, when you were meeting with her, was she sitting down or was she standing up?
Well, she came to the door and let us in.
Did you watch her walk to the door?
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't inside, but she came to the door to let us in.
When she let you in, did you watch her walk back into her residence or to the couch?
Yes.
Did she seem to have any problem walking?
No,
You didn't see her with a cane or a walker?
I did not.
Did she ever tell you that she had eye problems or eyes were sore? Or
No.
did she tell you that she had been to a lot of doctors visits?
Well, one of the arguments she and I had was her going to the ER when she was sick versus having established doctors, and so I was always trying to encourage her to connect with either a specialist or a doctor, like a primary doctor. I said, because if you go to the ER, they're just going to try to deal with your immediate issue, and then they're going to send you home. So I think she had a lot of frustration that she wasn't getting help, but she also didn't have herself established with doctors, and I don't think she could afford to go to the doctors, or to go to a doctor.
So when you were speaking with her in 2018, as far as you know, she couldn't afford to go to a doctor.
Her whole life she didn't really go to doctors because she couldn't afford it. So
And that's what she was telling you.
I can't tell you that she told me that day, or the day that she confided in me about her, because the conversations she and I had with regard to her health, whether they were in person or over the phone, were still relating to my hoping she would get established with a doctor versus going to the ER, because I thought she would get better help if she was so sick.
So because you last visited her in February 2018, I take it you didn't go visit her on her birthday?
I did not.
Did you send her a card?
We did not.
Did you call her?
I believe we probably called her around that time, told her we'd connect, and that was probably all.
When you say we, did you call her as far as you?
I called her.
You called her on her birthday?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I can't tell you if it was exactly on her birthday. It might have been the end of June or the early part of July. I can't confirm if it was exactly on her birthday.
Well, do you know when her birthday is?
Yes, it's June 30th.
Okay. But you don't remember if you called her exactly on her birthday?
I do not remember that, no.
Do you recall how long that conversation took? When you spoke with her?
I do not recall.
Do you know if she was still complaining about being sick?
I don't know if in that conversation that was even discussed. I'm being fair when I say I just don't really remember that.
Do you know she was in the hospital, correct?
I did not know she was in the hospital.
So when she was in the hospital in September, you were unaware of that?
Correct, and it wasn't until after she, I believe, was out of the hospital, and we had a conversation, realized that both she and I were in the hospital at the same time and never knew it. So it was, I had been sick and she had been sick, but we never knew each other was sick at that time.
Did you know if Anthony knew she was in the hospital?
I do not know if he knew that.
So it's safe to say you didn't visit her when she was in the hospital?
Very safe to say that, since I was in the hospital as well and didn't know she was there.
Yeah. Oh, you were in the same hospital?
We were in the same hospital.
So I take it when she was in the hospital, she never called your house to let anybody know she was in the hospital?
I could not confirm that.
I mean, nobody from your house told you, hey, Lynn's in the same hospital you're in?
No, but my family was with me because I was in the hospital.
I forgot, again, when was Lynn's birthday?
Her birthday's at the end of June.
I know what day.
June, believe June 30th,
If I told you June 26th, would you
26th. Oh, okay.
refresh your memory?
Yep, that refreshes my memory.
Were you aware that Jennifer Flower was a joint account holder in Lynn's bank?
No.
So Lynn didn't tell you in January 2016 that she and Jennifer Flower were joint account holders on her checking account?
No, she did not.
Or a market account? She never told you that?
No, she did not tell me that.
And around August 12th, 2019, according to the police reports, you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say, to strike that, today's about October 27, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy August 12th, 2019. Would it be safe to say your memory of Lynn and what was happening during this time is fresher when you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in 2019?
I would say that that's fair.
And according to the police reports, he interviewed you at your home, correct?
Correct.
And when he told you during the interview that he was recording you, correct?
I believe so.
And in the recording, because I listened to it, you said that Lynn had a lot of demons, no secret about that. What did you mean by that?
Object to relevance and vagueness.
Sustain.
Well, you also said that you really didn't hang around with her at the last part of her life. Is that safe to say?
We didn't see each other as often, correct?
You were sick, as you just told the jury, correct?
Correct.
You were dealing with sickness in your own family?
Myself, my family.
So that caused you not to be in connection with Lynn, correct?
I would say that our connections, our visits were less than they had been. I was taking care of my parents. I had my own health issues. So life happens and you take care of things and you prioritize.
You said that Lynn, in your interview, appeared to have mental breakdowns. Is that true?
Mental breakdowns? I don't remember saying that. Mental breakdowns.
Did she have mental breakdowns?
I Not that I recall. I don't know really what specifically that means.
You said that you would have to tell Anthony to go visit her because he was going to school by UW Waukesha.
I didn't tell him to go visit her. He would just go visit her.
I mean, I don't know what you told him, I'm just telling you what I heard on your interview with the detective.
At this point, I'm going to object. She hasn't stated she doesn't remember anything or needs her recollection refreshed, so I'm going to ask Attorney Galavis to just ask questions at this point.
Sustained.
I mean, you know, it says you knew Lynn from the time she lived in Franklin, is that true?
Correct.
Do you know when she was living in Pewaukee, would she frequent down to that area a lot, if you knew?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever meet Jessy at all, Jennifer Flower's daughter?
I don't recall ever having met her until after Lynn had passed.
So it's safe to say you weren't really close with Jennifer Flower at all.
Correct.
It says that Lynn always wanted to talk about the will, but you didn't want to talk about it. Is that true?
Again, I object. He's referencing something she hasn't stated she can't remember.
Sustained.
Did Lynn ever want to talk about the will? Or wills?
She had told me on different occasions that she was handwriting things and she was calling it her will. I honestly didn't pay a lot of attention to it just because I've been through things with my parents, and I just thought that what she was doing was just kind of what her wishes were more than like an actual will.
So she would tell you this when you met with her in person or over the phone?
In person.
So when you would meet with her in person, she was telling you she was writing things on paper and calling it her will.
Correct.
And she would tell you that she's writing these things down on paper because this is what she wants done after she passes away.
She would say, yeah, if anything ever happened, find these whatever wherever she was going to put it. It was always on her table, like her notebook paper or whatever.
So she was keeping these documents that she was telling you about her will there in her home.
Yes.
Did you ever get to look at them?
I never did look at them. I just felt like it was inappropriate, and I didn't feel that it was my place to pick it up and read it. She would tell me things that she was putting on it or putting in it or whatever, but I didn't ever make it my business to dig through it.
Was she putting it on like notepads?
Right. It was just like on loose leaf paper or notebook paper or something.
And you saw that laying around in her living room area, or what part of the house did you see those?
Sometimes like on her coffee table, or she had a box, a file box, like a plastic file box. Sometimes she had things that she kept things in there.
When you saw these wills laying around, was Anthony with you?
I would have to believe that there may have been times that he was with me when she would talk about that.
Did she ever tell you that Jessy was taking care of her?
I don't recall that.
No. Did she mention that anybody was taking care of her?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that her neighbor would come over and help her?
I know that she told me she didn't know a lot of people in the condo complex, but I I vaguely remember her telling me something about one of her neighbors. Whether that was that she was helping her, I don't remember.
When you would talk to her on the phone or visit with her, did her medical issues seem to increase as far as the problems that you would bring up?
When I would talk to her on the phone, did it increase? Is that what you just asked
Yeah,
me?
yes.
I don't think that it increased. I mean,
So she would talk about the same problems over and over again.
it was typically the same symptoms that she would talk to me about.
Judge, I'm gonna have about another 20 minutes of this. You wanna take lunch or?
How's my jury doing? Would you like lunch? Or would you like to? They seem a little indifferent, so let's keep going. I promise you'll get food eventually.
But it says you had an opinion about Lynn's illness, that you thought it was more drinking rather than eating food. Is that true?
Yeah, and I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to what was causing Lynn's illness?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
But you were aware that Lynn was in and out of the hospital, correct?
Not until after she was out of the hospital. I didn't know she was in the hospital. I was aware after she was out of the hospital. At one point, I don't know if this was one occasion. I don't know if there were hospital visits before or after that. I am not aware.
Did Lynn ever mention to you that she had put $50,000 in a lockbox in the bank?
She did.
Did she mention to you when she put this $50,000 in the lockbox?
I believe that she told me this sometime after she had gotten money from after her mother passed away, but I could not specify when specifically.
Did she tell you that she had written checks or had other people, she wrote checks to other people, had cashed them, and they gave her back the cash to put that money in the lockbox?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Rephrase.
So Lynn told you she put $50,000 cash in a lockbox, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you where that lockbox was located?
She did not.
Did she tell you how she got this $50,000 cash?
I'm not sure if she really specified how she got the money. If she told me, I don't remember, but I think at the time I probably just would have gathered that it was inherited money from her parents or her mother, because that was all right around the same time.
So if she would have told you, hey, I'm writing these checks out and I'm cashing them and getting the cash, you wouldn't remember if she told you that?
Objection, that's not what she just stated.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
She eventually told you she took that money out, correct?
No,
She never told you she had taken the money out?
no, she did not.
So if you told the police in your interview that she told you she took the money out, you just don't remember that?
I don't remember her ever telling me that she took the money out of the safety deposit box.
No, if you told the police that that's what she told you, you don't remember telling the police that?
An object to vagueness. I think there's some confusion on took the money out of what?
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you understand the question?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
It's okay, please rephrase. Or
If-
re-ask.
If you told the police that Lynn told you that she had taken the money out of the lockbox, you don't remember telling the police that?
I do not remember telling the police that.
As far as you know, Lynn, with her finances, was she organized with her finances?
Lynn and I didn't discuss each other's finances, quite frankly. I just know that when she was doing her hairdressing, she lived her, money to money, check to check to survive, and at that time, she would share lightly things like that, but we didn't really discuss our finances. That wasn't part of our relationship.
I mean, you knew that Lynn was on state benefits, correct?
I'm gonna object. Speculation. Actually, if we could have sidebar.
Sure. Thank you, be seated. The objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
Did Lynn ever talk about state benefits with you?
She did not.
She ever talk about Social Security with you?
She did not.
Anything about food stamps?
She did not.
She talk about her healthcare insurance?
It appeared to me from conversations that we had that she didn't have insurance.
I mean, you were aware of Lynn's drunk driving offenses, weren't you?
I'm gonna object to relevance and ask to strike the question.
Sustained, question is struck. Jurors will disregard it.
Did Lynn appear to be very happy when she inherited that money from her mother?
I don't know that she really had any different disposition than her usual disposition.
Were you aware whether or not Lynn got credit cards when she inherited the money from her mother?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that Lynn had any credit cards?
Throughout all the time that I've known her, I know that she had like a Kohl's credit card. She would get like small store credit cards here and there. That was all I was aware of.
How did you hear about Lynn's passing?
Jessy called me.
And is that the first time you've ever heard from Jessy?
Yes,
So prior to that, Jessy had never made contact with you,
correct,
nor you contact with her?
correct.
And what day did she call you? Strike it. How did she contact you?
She contacted me by my cell phone.
Were you surprised that she knew your cell phone?
Yes,
And do you remember what day that was when she contacted you?
I do not.
Well, Flint passed away on October 3rd. Do you know when, in relationship to that Jessy called you?
I'm sorry, will you say that again?
If Flint passed away on October 3rd, in relationship to that being October 3rd, when did she contact you? The next day? Next week?
It was fairly, I believe, immediately, if I remember correctly.
And did you eventually go to Lynn's home?
Yes.
Did you go to Lynn's home that day?
No, I believe when Jessy called, I believe it was maybe sometime, like maybe after I worked. I was working, and then maybe it was, I don't want to say for sure what day it was. I just know it was sometime soon after she had passed. We had gone out there.
Did you go with yourself or with somebody else?
With my son.
And I take it Lynn wasn't there when you went.
Correct.
And what was the reason for you going there?
I believe that Jessy invited us to come over to meet and, I think talk about what had happened.
Did Jessy allow you to go into the house? Strike that, not allow you. Did you enter the house?
Yes.
The condo? Did Anthony enter the condo?
Yes.
Did you guys remove anything from the condo?
That day, I don't believe so.
Did you come back the next day and remove stuff from the condo?
I can't tell you what day. I do know that Jessy, she was taking care of the estate. She informed us that she was taking care of Lynn's estate, and that I think that she let us know at some point if there was anything memorable that we would like to have, that, she would make that happen.
So you went back to the condo and she said, go in and take what you want?
No, not what you want. She said at some point that, if there were things that were there that meant something to us, that, we could have that or whatever. It wasn't anything specifically, or there were certain things that she talked about specifically that were things that we were going to ask her about. But we didn't just go in and take things until sometime later. We took a few little things that made us remember Lynn, or made us think of Lynn.
So you made several trips to the condo to remove things?
We made a couple. We didn't go. I went to the condo at one point. I think Jessy was making bins that she was putting various things in for different people, for those of us who knew Lynn. And then I believe Jessy and I talked about maybe having a little estate sale I think she told me that she wouldn't be able to do that in the condo, that there were condo association issues, and then sometime shortly after that, she was able to coordinate having a sale, and the majority of the house was empty other than what she had displayed that she wanted to sell. And that's what I remember. I do remember when she had these bins, I believe she asked us if there was anything in particular we wanted. For me, it was, maybe some of the shoes and some, it was, I don't want to even say trinkety things. It was things that I had either given her that I knew she loved, or I took those things back just as memory of her. So, we weren't going in and out of there and taking out cases of things. First of all, there wasn't a large, her apartment was small, and we didn't really want anything. We wanted her back. So that was just our disposition at that time.
So you were taking things, was Anthony taking things too?
He did take some things.
Was any other person with you taking things?
I know that Jim Kelliher had come by. My brother Keith had come by.
So Jim Kelliher came by and he was taking things?
Yeah, the bins that Jessy had put together. There were plastic bins that she was putting things in.
And you said Keith was coming by and he was taking things?
I don't remember if Keith had a bin of things or not. I know that Keith questioned Jessy about an item in particular, and I don't remember if Keith had anything or not. I don't remember that.
Did you take any rings of Lynn?
I did take one ring of Lynn's.
Do you know if Anthony took any type of jewelry with him?
Jewelry, not to my knowledge, any jewelry, no.
Do you remember how long you were in the house looking for things?
Maybe we were there a couple of hours. It's really, I'm guessing it's been a while.
So you were there for a couple hours looking for things, and Anthony was there for a couple hours looking for things. Is that true?
That's probably fair.
And this was shortly after Lynn's passing.
Right, and per Jessy's basically invitation, she wanted to go through the house and get things organized and sold and whatever.
Per Jessy, she seemed like she wanted to get everything out of the house.
Right.
So she could sell the house.
Correct.
And these birthday cards that you were just shown to the jury, the prosecutor asked you to bring them those, or the detectives asked you to bring those birthday cards, correct?
I believe so.
Right, they asked you to bring stuff that had Lynn's handwriting on it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And that's all you had as far as Lynn's things that had her handwriting on it, those cards.
I had cards. I probably have letters from her. She would write letters occasionally and put those in cards or just write letters.
Right, they asked you, could you bring us everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
No, not everything. I think I have kind of a card saver, and I just grabbed the box of cards that I had and I dug through there. There was a handful right on top of the box, and so I just grabbed those and I gave that to them.
They didn't ask you, hey, do you got any more stuff that you can bring for that has her handwriting on it?
I don't recall that. Anything else?
Ma'am, were you aware that Lynn was taking medication for illnesses?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. She may answer.
I was aware that Lynn, for the majority of her life, had a thyroid problem, and I know she took thyroid medication. I mean, that I know. I just know that that was kind of a lifelong thing. Other medications that she may have taken for different things, I wasn't aware of.
Did she, did she abuse the medications?
I'm gonna object, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
You told the police that Lynn abused the medications. Why did you find that relevant?
Object to the form of the question, move to strike it.
Sustained. The jury will disregard that last question.
Were you aware, if at all, if Lynn took other type of drugs that weren't legal?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. Ms. Pozza, I'm not going to stand in the way of anybody's lunch, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
Earlier, Attorney Galaviz made the comment to you that if Lynn had it, she spent it, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you talking about literally everything she had?
No, she wasn't, she didn't, in my opinion, I mean, when I say she spent what she had, she didn't have much, but she was generous in that she would try to make a small amount of money go a long way.
If she had won the lottery, for example, was she going to give every dollar away to people?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And a lot was made of this $50,000 in a lockbox conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did Lynn bring that up to you?
She told me that she,
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Can we have a sidebar?
Rephrase your question.
Attorney Galaviz asked you if Lynn ever told you about $50,000 in a lockbox, correct?
correct.
Did Lynn tell you why she was giving you that information?
Because she wanted Anthony to have a key for the lockbox.
Did she want Anthony to have that money?
She said to me if anything ever happened, she wanted him to be able to go get that money, and he would have that money for his school or whatever he needed.
To your knowledge, did your son ever get $50,000 from Lynn?
He did not.
Now, similarly, you talked about an item, a singular item for your brother Keith, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of in the discussion of people sort of splitting up Lynn's property after she passed away?
Correct.
What was this specific item for your brother?
It was a gold bracelet.
If I show you Exhibit 46, that's previously in evidence and asked to publish it.
It's in front of the witness. You want it published, or you just want to there you go.
Yes, please. And I know it might be a delay in the jury box, but Ms. Pozza, can you circle, if you see the bracelet in Exhibit 46, can you circle the one you're talking about?
Circle it with my finger.
The bracelet you're referencing with your brother, if you see it.
I do see it.
Okay, could you circle it with your finger on the screen? That's a touch screen in front of you. All right, right in the middle of the picture then.
Correct.
And Madam Clerk, would you mind capturing that annotation, please? And I'd ask that that be labeled 46A and moved into evidence.
So Exhibit 46A is received.
Thank you. Ms. Pozza, why was that something, well, let me ask you this. Do you know why that was a specific item your brother was interested in?
Because I don't know if he had any part of her buying that, and by that I only mean like taking her different places. She was,
Hold on. Do you know why that was of significance to your brother? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right.
And why was it? Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Yes. Because she had said that would be for Keith if anything ever happened to her.
To your knowledge, did your brother ever receive that bracelet?
He did not.
Now, switching gears one last time, a lot was made of your conversations with Lynn about her hospitalizations and illnesses, right?
Correct.
If you had ever suspected, well, let me back up. You were talking to Lynn about getting treatment and setting up with primary physicians, right?
Correct.
If you had suspected that she was suicidal, would you have sought help for her?
Yes.
Did you ever think she was suicidal?
No.
And there was one hospital stay where you two were in the hospital together and you just never knew it.
Correct.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that was?
I don't remember the time frame.
If I told you Lynn was in the hospital and
Objection, lady.
He didn't even finish the question, but just rephrase, please.
Sure. If I told you that Lynn was in the hospital in September of 2018, does that sound like a similar time frame as you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that's around the time frame where after you were both released from the hospital is when you learned you were actually in the same hospital together?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a phone conversation with Lynn after that hospital stay?
Yes.
So would that be just very recent in time before she passed away?
Yes.
Was that your last phone conversation with Lynn?
It may have been.
Did Lynn ever give you an indication that she was suicidal in that phone call?
No.
Did Lynn ever say goodbye to you, her friend of 35 years?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Now I'd ask that Ms. Pozza be released from her subpoena.
Judge, we're not gonna re-subpoena her.
She's released from the state's subpoena. You remain under the defense subpoena. They'll let you know when you'll be needed.
Yeah, you're free to
You can, yeah. Step down from there. We'll address that after the jury's out.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be an excellent opportunity now to take that lunch break. As you know, while you are on lunch, even though you're back in the jury room, do not research anything, do not discuss this case among yourselves, and don't listen to or review any kind of news reports. I know you've heard that instruction, so I'm just very, very briefly going over it. Enjoy your lunch hour. I'll rise for the jury. We'll probably just take an hour today. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do need to put a sidebar on the record. There was a request from the state for the sidebar. This was concerning questioning of this witness regarding benefits or food stamps or things of that nature. I essentially sustained it as to foundation. I was concerned at sidebar about some relevance, but I did indicate that the defense could re-ask and some of the questions which the defense did. Anything either party wants to put on the record about that sidebar from the state,
Nothing additional, thank you.
from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, and defense indicated that Ms. Pozza has been subpoenaed.
Yes.
All right, and you weren't able to ask her all the questions that you had during your cross?
No,
You'll provide her with some more specifics as to when she should return when that is necessary?
as soon as we get excused.
I don't mean this second, but,
Yes.
all right. You have the ability to contact her directly, or do you need to work through the state on that?
Maybe both.
Anything on that particular issue from the state?
I would ask for an offer of proof of why she needs to be called back to the stand. She's obviously a person who's working, who's taking time off of work to be here.
I'm not saying she has to remain here.
No, I understand, but it's obviously an inconvenience to come during a workday and get off, and they had an extended amount of time on cross-examination. As I review the police report supplements, we've exhausted the information that the parties are aware of her knowledge around this case. I simply can't understand why we need to call her back to the witness stand.
Well, they've subpoenaed her, that's their right. I'm not gonna unduly interfere with that, or require them at this point, even with that police report that you have and the information. She obviously needs to be advised, she's still subject to the exclusion and may not watch any of the proceedings. So I'll ask the state's victim witness, since she was here on your subpoena, to make sure she understands that. That's my ruling on that. All right, I'm just giving you an hour for lunch today.
Judge, can we just address one more thing?
Sure.
And it's sort of going to be a standing objection, I guess I'll put it, and I know the court doesn't like dealing with hypotheticals, but there's been two completely inappropriate questions asked by Attorney Galaviz related to the victim's criminal record and any abuse of pills with no foundation, and I think he very well knows that they're inappropriate questions. This was our concern in motions in limine when they were just hypothetical, and now they've come out in front of the jury, and it's completely inappropriate, and I guess that's the extent of my objection, but it shouldn't happen anymore. It shouldn't have happened the twice that it did this morning. Attorney Galaviz is an experienced attorney, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's slandering the victim in front of this jury inappropriately.
Attorney Galaviz?
Well, Judge, a lot of these comments are mentioned by the witnesses to the police officers.
That doesn't matter, and you know that. Okay, we had motions in limine. Just because it's in a police report doesn't mean it comes in this trial.
But
There's
a lot
no
of-
relevance to her having OWIs or anything about anything she may have done prior to her date of death, that regarding her substances that she may be using, alcohol. You've had an ample opportunity to talk with both the Dr. Kacinko from NMS Labs, who did the toxicology reports regarding what was actually in the toxicology for Ms. Hernan, and the medical examiner. The rulings from the motions in limine did not evaporate when we started this trial. In fact, that's the purpose of them for this trial. This is about whether Lynn Hernan, right, died as a result of poisoning and, right, the cause and manner of death as it relates to the homicide charge. The fact that there may be some history there is not relevant. They were improper questions. You are warned not to ask any other witnesses about that.
Judge, but there's more than just that count. There's count 2 and 3 that deals with Lynn's credibility or character, when those were because of her state and because of her history of being arrested and convicted of drunk driving, and how she handled herself when she got out of prison and things that she knew. And
Those have no relevance. They're not coming in. They're improper under the rules of evidence. I made my rulings with the motions in limine. There's been an additional request here today. You think I need to revisit that, file a motion with specificity, cite to the law that you think is appropriate, and why there should be some exception to allowing inadmissible character evidence about the victim. That's my ruling. You all now have 55 minutes for lunch. Be back here. Thank you. We are in recess. We're back on the record in State versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were this morning. I want to make an additional record regarding the motions in limine that this court previously went over on January 6th of this year. Specifically, number 19 in the state's motions in limine stated as follows. It was the request, but it was granted by this court. Prohibiting the introduction of evidence about any alleged general drug or alcohol use by the victim, as such evidence is irrelevant, unfairly prejudicial, and as improper character evidence. And there was a citation to sections 904.02 and 904.03. I know as attorneys, all of you know that in order that the general rule on other crimes, wrongs, or acts, whether it's about a witness, a victim, or a defendant, is generally not admissible. This court also entered a very specific scheduling order. It, of course, got extended a bit when the trial was adjourned, but it did not apply. I'll state it this way, primarily applied to the addition of expert witnesses for the defense. And so I dealt with this issue, and to the extent that earlier before the break for lunch that I said, if you think that I'm wrong, file a motion, it would be untimely. Any such motion would be untimely. So that was something that was specifically addressed. I expect the attorneys to follow all of those rulings made as it relates to the motions in limine, and that you all have, right, independent ethical obligations, not only to, for example, for the defense, to the defendant, but to the court, to this jury, to be honest, truthful, and have candor. And questions such as were asked were clearly out of bounds as it relates to the victim's alcohol and drug use prior to and what's reflected in the toxicology reports, or even asking questions that you know do not have anything to do with or that have to do with irrelevant information. So I just wanted to add that to the record. Those are issues this court previously dealt with. Both parties were at that hearing in January where I addressed all issues related to the motions in limine that were left open at that time. And I haven't revisited those since for obvious reasons. All right, with that, I know my jury's here because they don't leave. They're ready to go. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in? I presume you have your next witness.
We do have our next witness, but that does lead to one issue, Judge. We sort of anticipated Dr. Kacinko's testimony taking longer than it did. We have tried our best to move witnesses up, but unfortunately nobody was able to move from next week into today. So we have our next witness, but unfortunately we have no witnesses. I will say, though it may not seem like it, we are ahead of where we thought we would be at this point already. So I don't know how long he'll take. I would guess based on other witnesses, I would guess he'd be finished around 3 to 3:30 anyway, and we would be requesting a break for the week at that point.
Any comment from the defense?
Early break would be nice, Judge.
Well, we've gone late with them a few nights, so I'm somewhat pleased, actually, if it ends up being that way, to give them an early start to the weekend. So I have no issue with that at all, but thank you for the heads up.
Judge, there is another matter regarding the past witness, Ms. Pozza.
Yes.
When she was testifying, and I asked her whether or not Lynn had told her that she had removed the $50,000 out of the lockbox. In her interview, she says yes, Lynn had told her that she had taken the money out of the lockbox. Today,
you said she's under your subpoena. You can recall her during your
correct.
case.
But I did want, okay.
So I don't want to hold up the next witness. If we need to, we can address it after the jury's gone for the day. But as I recall, and you just confirmed, she's under the defense subpoena, so you will have an opportunity to recall her if there is some clarification that needs to be made. There was questioning, of course, regarding that topic.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, very well. Let's have the jurors brought out. Do you have an updated one for me?
Yes, I can print it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls James Kelliher.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Kelliher. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to the front of the courtroom. Up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The first thing I will ask you to do when you are seated is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
James Kelliher, James, Kelliher, Kelliher.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Kelliher, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just kind of sit up towards the microphone so we can make sure everybody hears us, okay? Perfect. Sir, are you working?
No, I'm retired.
How long have you been retired?
8 years come November.
Okay. What did you do when you were working?
I was a heavy equipment operator for Local 139.
And how long were you employed in that fashion?
30 years.
Okay. Now, you know you're here to talk about Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's correct.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet Lynn Hernan?
Approximately 1983.
And in 1983 then, were you just friends with Miss Hernan or something more than friends?
Well, I met her at Summerfest, and after getting to know her, then we started dating. We started to go out after that.
Okay, pretty quickly after meeting her?
Yes.
And how long were you and Miss Hernan in a relationship together?
About 10 years, till about 1993.
And during that time span, so 1983 to 1993, how old were you?
I was 23 when I met her.
Okay, so 23 to 33 you dated her?
Correct.
Was Miss Hernan the same age roughly?
She was, I believe, 3 years older than I was.
Okay, so 26 to 36 in that time frame?
Correct.
Was there anything major that caused your relationship to end?
Probably just the amount of hours I was putting in, that, working Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays.
Okay, just
Yes.
not enough time for a relationship.
Correct.
Did you and Miss Hernan remain friends though?
Yes, we still were friends till this day.
Was there any gap? I mean, did the relationship end in 1993 and tempers had to
No.
cool or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, just relationship ended for time constraints and you went to being friends.
Correct.
Okay. So when you were dating, that 23 to 33 year period of your life, or I should say age 23 to 33, were you going on dates and things like that?
Correct. We go see bands and go out to dinner, stuff like that.
Okay. Were you discussing financials a lot in your 20s and early 30s?
No.
Okay. And what was Lynn doing for a job at that time?
She was a beautician.
Okay, like a hairstylist?
Hairdresser, yes.
Did she do makeup and stuff too, or just mostly
Correct.
hair?
Yeah.
Oh, she did do makeup as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She liked to look good herself?
All the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you, in fact, on the day she died, we even saw some pictures of her nails and toenails being painted pink. Would that surprise you at all?
No.
Okay, that was kind of the Lynn you knew?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't really talking about financials in your 20s and early 30s, right? Did you know how much money Lynn had, for example?
No.
Okay. In that 10-year time span, was she buying you gifts for, I don't know, year anniversaries and birthdays and things like that?
She would buy stuff, but usually it was from like rummage sales or flea market, stuff like that.
Okay.
But There was no expensive gifts. She couldn't afford it.
Okay. Wasn't buying like a brand new TV set or a computer or
No.
anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, transitioning then from the relationship being over, but your friendship continuing, did you continue to stay in contact with Miss Hernan?
Yes, I did.
What did that look like after your dating relationship was over?
We would just see each other whenever. She would stop over, we'd stop over at her house. We'd see her on holidays, Christmas, New Year's, whatever.
So major holidays?
Correct. She was more than welcome at our house.
And when you say our house, who are you referring to?
Me and my girlfriend Linda.
Okay. When did you start seeing Linda?
2003.
Okay. So about 10 years after your relationship with Lynn ends, you start dating Linda, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, are you still with Linda today?
Correct.
Okay. When you started dating Linda, was it awkward at all that your ex-girlfriend is still a friend or anything like that?
No.
Okay, how would you describe Lynn's relationship with you and Linda?
They were friends. They would get along, and we would go out. They would have cocktails together.
Okay.
It was
And Lynn was friends with both of you at that point then?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so aside from major holidays, you said it was just kind of open that Lynn could stop by your house whenever.
Yep.
If
Yes,
we set
sir.
aside holidays like Christmas and New Year's and things like that, how many times a year do you think you and Lynn were together at either your house or her house?
I couldn't say for sure. About once a month, maybe. Once 6 weeks. It would vary. It depends. If
But
I
you
was
would
working,
see each other on average once a month, you think?
probably yes, or at least talk to her. Yes.
Okay. Was that true from 1993 up until her death in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were just friends now, so after 1993, did you have any reason to discuss financials with Lynn at that point?
No.
Did you know how much money Lynn was worth?
Nope.
Did you know her spending habits or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. You would talk to her pretty regularly though.
Correct.
When you would get together for holidays, were there gifts exchanged?
Yes.
Okay, from both you to her and her
Right.
to you?
Correct. It was nothing expensive.
Okay.
A lot of stuff was Harley Davidson stuff.
Okay, you beat me my next question. I was gonna say, did it become more lavish at all or
No.
or less so? It was the same thing basically.
Correct.
You said mostly Harley Davidson stuff, I think I heard?
Correct.
Okay. So, and that was consistent from 1993 until 2018 as well?
Correct.
Okay. What about with Linda, your new girlfriend? Were there cards or gifts exchanged between Lynn and Linda?
I believe just on the holidays, like Christmas or New Year's, stuff
Okay.
like that. Thanksgiving,
Okay.
birthdays.
So, in your entire time, from 1983 until 2018, that's about 35 years if I'm doing quick math here, did you know Lynn to be like sick or anything like that all the time, would you say?
Not during that period, no.
Okay. Did there come a period of time when you knew her to be sick?
During 2016, when she stopped at our new house, she had came over and she had mentioned that the hospital, the doctors could not figure out what was wrong with her.
Okay. Is there a reason you can remember that it was a time in 2016? Is there a reason that
That's when we
conversation?
moved into our house.
Okay. So that kind of stands out to you?
Correct.
Did Lynn come see you at your new house?
More than once, yes.
Okay. The conversation you're talking about where she disclosed kind of being sick to you, was that shortly after you moved into your new house?
Correct.
And you're sure that was in 2016?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you ever heard Lynn talk about being sick or?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else she said to you at that conversation in 2016 about her health or any other concerns?
She said she doesn't know what's happening to all her money.
Did you know what she meant?
No, I did not.
Did you take that conversation any further?
No, I did not.
Okay. So from 2016 then, was it just through 2018 that she talked about being sick when you would talk?
If she would stop over, we'd invite her over. We'd have a housewarming party, whatever, and she would stay or she would bring some. She's a good cook, so she'd bring treats and stuff, but then she would always leave. She would say she'd have stomach aches or whatever, and she would always leave. She wouldn't stay for the parties.
And as far as you know, those stomach aches and things started in 2016?
Correct,
Okay.
as far as I know.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you think you saw Lynn in person?
Probably Christmas on 2017.
Okay, so that would be the Christmas before she died.
Correct.
Okay. What do you remember about that, if anything?
We had Christmas at her house. And
She invited you over then?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay for a long time, or was she kind of like,
Couple hours maybe.
okay. And did Lynn seem comfortable with that, or was she kind of pushing you out the door?
No, she was comfortable. She made like snacks and shrimp and whatever. She was a good cook.
Okay.
Exchanged gifts and
Okay. And was it just you and Linda and Lynn at that time?
correct.
Okay. And so moving forward from Christmas of 2017, did you continue to talk to Lynn on the phone then?
Yes, yes.
And was that still on average, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but on average about once a month?
Probably longer than that. It would be every 2 months or so.
Okay.
But she would stop over whenever.
Okay. Do you remember her stopping over after Christmas time 2017?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but yeah, she would stop over.
Just for a quick visit?
Right.
Okay. So aside from those, you maybe talked to her once every 2 months in that sort of start of 2018 till October of 2018?
From 2016 to 2018, correct.
Oh, going back to 2016 to 2018?
Right.
Okay. And why was the frequency sort of spread out more in that time span, do you know?
She would always say that she wasn't feeling good.
Okay. And to be
We'd
clear-
invite her. We invited her more than that, but she wouldn't come over.
Okay. And to be clear, that was a change from prior to 2016?
Correct.
Okay. In any of that time between 2016, when you moved into your new house, and I'm sorry, when in 2016 was that?
The end of June.
Okay. So end of June 2016 till October 3rd of 2018, did you ever hear Lynn say anything to you about thinking of killing herself?
No, I did not.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer, please?
No, I did not.
Did she say anything that caused you concern?
No, she did not.
If Lynn had ever told you anything that made you think she was suicidal, would you have called somebody on her behalf?
Well, yeah, I would have tried to do something. She never gave me the indication of suicidal. Never.
Okay. And I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Mr. Kelliher, as you sit there today, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Couple times.
Okay. How many times?
2.
2. Okay. And somewhat in relation, in 2012, did you have to pay fines to the court?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay those fines at the actual clerk's office, or did somebody else?
Lynn paid those.
And do you remember about how much money your fines were?
There were 3 different charges. It was $300 apiece, so it was $900 total.
Okay. And Lynn paid those for you?
She paid them, but I had asked the judge for more time to pay them, and they agreed. And Lynn just went and paid it anyways.
Okay, just hang on. So Lynn paid those for you, that $900?
Correct.
Did Lynn say to you at that time, hey Jim, don't worry about it, you don't need to worry about that $900?
No, she did not.
And did she want her money back?
She got it back within an hour, but she never said it. No, I gave her money back right away. I told her not even to pay it for me.
Understood. But she did.
Right.
But did she ever say, you don't have to worry about this as a gift?
No.
Okay. That $900 that she essentially loaned you for an hour, we might say, right?
Correct.
Was that the biggest chunk of money Lynn ever gave you at one time?
Correct.
Okay, and again, you paid that back within the hour, you said.
Correct. As soon as I got to the house, my house.
When you were talking earlier about gifts of like Harley Davidson things and rummage sale things, did Lynn ever throw some cash in an envelope for you on top of it?
No.
Did she ever write
Not
you a
that-
check for any amount of money?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So Christmas gifts were not money related, they were objects.
Correct.
Okay. So moving into September of 2018, I'm switching gears again a little bit. Did you learn that Lynn was in the hospital?
And what year was that?
In September of 2018, sir.
She was in and out of the hospital from 2016, but I don't know the certain dates when she was in and out of the hospital, no.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know that Lynn died on October 3rd, 2018?
Correct.
Do you know shortly prior to her death whether she was in the hospital for more than one day?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And that's the hospital stay I'm talking about, okay?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out Lynn was in the hospital that time?
I think it was Jessy or Jessy's mother, Jennifer, that we had talked to on the phone. Because we had called and they answered Lynn's phone.
Okay, hold on a second. I just don't want to get too far ahead. So you think it was Jessy Kurczewski? Is that this woman over here in the white sweater?
That's correct.
Objection, that's not what he said, Judge.
Overruled.
And you said it was her mother as well?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did they call you and say, we just wanted you to know Lynn is in the hospital?
No, they did not.
Okay. How did you come to find out Lynn was in the hospital?
We called Lynn's phone because we still had a birthday present for her from June 26th is her birthday, and we had her present still for her. So we were calling her to see when we could get together to give her a present.
Okay. How in that conversation did you learn Lynn's in the hospital? Did Lynn answer her phone?
No, she did not.
Somebody else answered her phone?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to speculate as to who it was, but do you know for certain who the other person on the other end of the phone was?
At that time, no.
Okay. But what information was given to you that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital during that phone call?
Objection, you're saying.
Overruled, but just phrase it. I think you phrased it fine, so keep going.
Okay, thank you.
What was the question?
Sure, absolutely. What information was relayed during that phone call that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital?
I don't know if there's any real information. When we had asked, they had said that Lynn was sick, and then why were we talking, or why did we want to get a hold of Lynn? So I don't know exactly, but Lynn was in the hospital for like a week before,
Okay,
so I don't know.
okay. A couple days after that call, where somebody else answered Lynn's cell phone, did you get a call from a hospital?
I got a call from Lynn.
Okay. Was it from Lynn's cell phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, and let me ask you this, what kind of phone did you have at the time? Was it a smartphone, a flip phone, something else?
My phone is a flip phone.
Okay. Is that what you had back in 2018?
That's what I've always had.
And so when you get a call on that phone, if you have somebody's number programmed in, a name will pop up. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you don't have them programmed in, just a sort of phone number will appear, correct?
Correct.
When you got this phone call from Lynn, was it from Lynn that you had programmed in your phone or a random phone number?
No, it was a different phone number.
Okay. So how did you know it was Lynn?
Because Lynn called and said that she was going to be getting out of the hospital in a couple days.
Okay.
She said, "This is Linny," so that's how I knew it was Lynn.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what date that was, that she called you to tell you she was getting out of the hospital?
Probably like September 24th or 25th.
Okay. Late September of 2018 still?
Correct.
Okay. So was that the entire purpose of her call? Just to tell you she was getting out of the hospital in a couple days?
Yeah, and I asked her like when we could get together to give her a birthday gift.
And what did she say when you said you wanted to give her this birthday gift?
Objection, you're saying.
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter or sir, for some other reason?
I'm not. It's just to show why he did what he did next.
Overruled, he may answer.
Do you need me to repeat it?
Please.
Sure. So you told her you have this birthday gift for her still, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to give it to her.
Correct.
And I want to know, what was her response to that?
That she was going to be getting out of the hospital a couple days, which would be, she thought by Friday, the 28th, she'd be getting out of the hospital.
Okay. Now when we're talking about Lynn's birthday, do you remember when Lynn's birthday was?
June 26th.
Okay, and at the end of September, 2 full months later, you still had a birthday gift that you hadn't gotten to her?
I still have it in the basement. It's still wrapped.
Oh my gosh, okay. Why was it that between June of 2018 and September of 2018, you hadn't been able to give Lynn her birthday gift?
Lynn was sick. I believe she was in and out of the hospital.
Okay. Had you been trying in those 2 months to deliver this birthday gift?
Correct.
And it just wasn't working out because of her health?
Correct.
In any of that time, did you think, boy, Lynn's just given up, I gotta do something?
No.
And she in fact said she was getting out in a couple days referencing this birthday gift you were trying to get?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the last time you talked to Lynn directly?
Correct.
Was there ever another message that Lynn left on your phone?
Yeah, there was another message after that.
Okay.
But there was, during that phone call with Lynn, I mentioned when we tried to get a hold of Lynn a couple days earlier on that Sunday, that a couple ladies had answered Lynn's phone. And they were telling us not to call this number ever again. Don't worry about Lynn. And they hung up on us. A couple minutes later, another female called back.
So hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection on narrative and hearsay. Next question.
Okay. That was the same call that Lynn said she was getting out of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And that's the last time you talked to her directly, right?
Correct.
But she said a few days later she left you a message of some sort?
Judge answered.
Overruled.
Is that right, sir?
Correct. She left me a message, a voicemail.
Do you remember how many days after?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. In that voice message, though, did she ever say, Jim, I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I'm gone,
No,
anything like that?
she apologized for the way that those.
Sustained.
Anything in that voicemail message that caused you concern that Lynn was going to kill herself?
No.
Speculation.
Overruled. His answer may stand. If there is an objection, wait till I rule on it, okay?
Okay.
Just to be clear, you said no?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelliher. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If you can't, let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lynn paid for a ticket of yours on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And that was $195?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for a, well, that ticket was $67.30 on April 1st, 2015, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for your property account for $195 on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
No, sir.
If I was to show you a copy of some checks that I received from the bank, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Do you remember her paying for your tax preparation on April 3rd, 2015 for $195?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a copy of the tickets, would that refresh your memory?
Show me, please.
I believe we're up to 590 for the defense. If you want to mark that, please, for identification purposes.
591, Judge.
Oh, all right, 591, thank you.
Thank you.
You may.
There you go, sir.
Which one are you talking about?
The ones that are highlighted, sir.
I don't believe it's the 67 one.
Does it have your,
Garage,
does it
that
refresh
could
your
be.
memory? Does it refresh your memory, sir?
That's my tax preparation, so maybe she did for that.
So again, in 2015, Lynn was paying for things for you, correct?
Apparently, I didn't ask her to.
And you indicated you met Lynn at Summerfest, correct?
Correct,
And you dated for about 10 years, correct?
correct.
And did you frequent any bars during that time too?
Yes, we did.
Did you frequent a lot of bars during that time?
A few.
And eventually you guys broke up in 1993, give or take a year or so?
I believe so.
And you kept in contact, correct, with Lynn?
Yes.
Did you get together with Lynn at bars?
Could have, yes.
When did your get together with Lynn at bars, did it ever stop?
I quit drinking in 2015, so I never went out to the bars after 2015.
So around 2015, did your get-togethers with Lynn at bars stop?
We wouldn't get together anymore after we had broke up. We would see each other here and there, but we weren't ever going out. We wouldn't call each other and say, let's go to the bar.
Did Lynn help you when you lost your grandma's house to foreclosure?
Not that I know of.
You don't remember her helping you when your grandma's house was foreclosed?
Financial-wise or helping out?
Helping out?
She might have been there to help move and stuff. There were a lot of people that were there moving.
Did she help you pay some of your bills so you wouldn't lose your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that she gave you a down payment for your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
Not that I know of, no.
You just don't remember?
The 900, when she paid that ticket for me, but I told her not even to pay that because I'd got an extension on that. And then we went right to my house and I paid her back because I had the money at home.
Well, didn't she borrow you money for your pool?
No, she did not. We had a home line of credit for her, and we had a payment book for that, sir.
Did you and Lynn ever go out to dinner together with your new girlfriend?
I couldn't say for sure. We may have.
So you don't remember if you, Lynn, and your girlfriend went out to dinner, would she would pay for the dinner?
No, sir.
You don't remember that? Or it did happen, you just can't remember it?
I don't believe it happened.
But you indicated that in 2016 to about 2018, Lynn became very sick.
Correct.
Became very, very sick where she would not want you to come around her anymore. Is that true?
She didn't want to come over to our house. It wasn't.
So you would invite her to your house and she refused to come over.
She would come over and she would bring us treats or snacks or whatever if we were having a cookout or whatever. And then she wouldn't stay. She would go back home.
And she wouldn't stay because she was sick.
She said she always had stomach aches.
Did she tell you about her back problems?
She had health issues, yeah, but
Did she tell you about her foot problems?
no.
Did she tell you about her eye problems?
No, she did not.
But you said that she was in and out of the hospital from 2016 to 2015. Strike that, from 2016 to 2018. Is that true?
Correct.
How do you know that she had been in and out of the hospital during the 2-year period? She was telling you this?
Yes. I would talk to her. I'd still talk to her.
Did she tell you what hospital that she was going to and what she was being treated for?
No.
Did she tell you that she had to been taken by ambulance to hospitals?
Excuse me? What was
Did
that?
she tell you that she was taken to hospitals by ambulance?
No, she did not.
You were aware that when you went over there to Lynn's house, I think you said the last time was December of 2017?
Correct.
Did she have a cat?
Did she have a cat?
Correct.
Yes.
Did she tell you who would take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you offer to go over there and take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, I did not. I didn't know when she would always go into the hospital. She'd go in and she'd be back out and said she was in the hospital. I wouldn't know. How would I know to go take care of the cat?
So she wasn't telling you at all when she was going to hospitals, correct?
No.
When Lynn moved to her condo in Pewaukee, did you help her move?
No, I did not.
Did she know she was even moving?
I heard she had bought a condo, but I didn't know when she was moving. She never wanted help when she moved.
She never wanted your help when she moved.
She never wanted anybody's help when she moved because she was an independent woman and she wanted to do things herself. And if people helped her move, she'd redo her interior anyway. So she'd rather do it herself.
Were you aware that when her mother died, Lorraine?
I believe that was in 2013.
Yeah, did you go help her?
No, I did not.
Did you offer to help her?
I know when she died, but no, I did not. She never asked.
When you went to her house in 2017, December, did you see medication around?
Not that I remember.
You weren't looking for medication,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for it, yeah, correct.
When she went to the hospital in September of 15th to 28th of 2018, did she tell you why she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her why you're in the hospital?
I might have, I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Did you go visit her in the hospital?
No, I did not. I wouldn't know when she was going to the hospital.
But you knew she was in the hospital, correct?
I would know she was in the hospital after the fact, when she'd come back home and tell me she was just in the hospital.
But you said she called you while she was in the hospital, correct?
Oh, in 2018, yes.
Correct. But you didn't go visit her when she...
No, I did not. She called to tell me that she was going to be getting out in a couple days.
Did you ask, hey, I'll go pick you up, Lynn, and take you home?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, well, if you're in the hospital, who's taking care of your cat?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, if you're in the hospital, who's picking up your mail?
Never came up.
further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just one question. Mr. Kelliher, you didn't go visit Lynn in the hospital, correct?
Correct,
But you made plans to see her when she was released.
correct.
And that never unfortunately happened, did it?
It did not.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm pleased to tell you we will get done early today. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, is what I'm told. So that will result in a little early weekend for all of you, which I think, given our late days this week, we sort of owe that to you. So I will read the instruction, and then you'll be excused for the day, and we'll see you back Monday morning at 8:30. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. As you know, we will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal, wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Be sure you have all your personal items.
What time?
8:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. right, thank you. Is there anything else from either of the parties today from the state?
I would just ask that Mr. Kelliher be released from all subpoenas at this point.
We're not releasing him, Judge.
Is he under your subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, then he's not released. So, all right, anything from the defense?
Maybe a little bit of some guidance for next week, who next witnesses.
As has been the practice, you all can meet and confer off the record.
Judge, I have one request when you have a minute
All
before
right.
you go off. Could we have 20 minutes in the courtroom with Ms. Kurczewski before she's taken out? Because it's very difficult to go see her over at the jail. And we finished early.
That's fine. You
Okay.
can have 20 minutes today after the courtroom is clear.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
591.